Like I said, I really want to ask people, how'd that red wave work out for you?
Dude, that was the funniest shit. Like, everyone's going, red wave, red wave, red wave. Nope.
Okay, guys, I think I got it here. Thanks for the extra 5 minutes. I greatly appreciate it.
No problem.
Well, they crushed the House. GOP won like 6 seats or something.
We're going to go ahead and get this started in just a moment.
I'm going to go to the channels, let people know we're starting, and I'm going to start the event here.
Oh, yeah, not going to deny. It's narrow. It's like, uncomfortably narrow. But at least there's one thing. At least we can, now that we can get... now. Important.
It'll also be, even if they get the House, it will be stalled, or at least nothing drastically will be changed. There won't be an overturning of gay marriage or transgenders in the military or everything that they think they're losing on in the culture wars.
Right. Hopefully both.
Okay, sorry,
really
we are live.
Lose, so.
I apologize, everybody. We are live. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. You just heard some casual conversation backstage as we were getting things started. We're starting a few minutes late today because we ran into a small technical issue. Actually, it was a major one, but it is resolved now. And I'm going to go ahead and start with introductions. Thank you, everybody, for being here. And just before that, we had to postpone from last fortnight, which was on October 30th, the night before Halloween, or day before Halloween. So we are here now, and we greatly appreciate everybody tuning in and listening to these fascinating conversations. I'm just going to start with some introductions. We are running a program here where we invite theists, to people who believe in deities, to at least one deity, to get on the stage with us and provide us an argument that convinces us that a goddess or a god exists. So we are featuring Amy Newman, who is known for her trademark slogan, Sending Love. She's a professional comedian and skeptic who hosts debates, interviews, and conversations on her YouTube channel. She also creates educational and other important content. Her YouTube channel is at youtube.com/Amy Newman. TJumps, or TJump as he's also known, is an atheist philosopher who hosts conversations with professors, philosophers, and other academics and famous people about topics ranging from biology and physics to religion and morality, and so on. TJump's YouTube channel is at youtube.com/TJump. J-Mike is one of the co-hosts of the Talk Heathen Show. Jefferson Spatchcock is an atheist inquisitor and intellectual who has particular expertise in analyzing and reviewing debates. His YouTube channel is in the Discord link, in the YouTube description. J.L. Warren is an atheist activist, educator, and entertainer. He runs the Bridge the Divide YouTube channel, where he addresses irrational beliefs, the irrational behaviors that often follow, the societal divides they create, and how those divides can be bridged with education, rationality, and reason. The Bridge the Divide YouTube channel can be found at youtube.com/J.L. Warren. That's Warren. I'm Randolph Richardson. I'm an atheist from British Columbia, Canada. I'm the founding president of the Canadian Atheists, and I'm an advocate for freedom, fair justice, and critical thinking. You can find out more about Canadian Atheists at www.canadianatheists.ca. IX is a Tom Unboxes subscriber and former atheist community of Discord admin who enjoys long walks through evolutionary biology-inspired computer science, archaeological academic biblical criticism, and so on. Jack Burton is a self-described middle-aged college-educated nobody who drives the Pork Chop Express in his spare time. He's a deist and mostly non-committal to philosophical stances. Peter de Tucker is an atheist from the Netherlands who handles the production of various YouTube channels, including Arn Roz, and generously contributes his professional artistic skills for free to atheists all around the world. His YouTube channel is at youtube.com/gonna-go-for-it. Taco, our organizer, is the #1 Discord debater who has never lost a Discord debate in his life. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. And just before we start, I wonder if J.L. Warren would mind giving us a quick update on the Halloween competition he was in before we start taking our first guest from the audience. Thank you, and good morning.
No, appreciate that. Unfortunately, I lost in the semis, so that I didn't have enough to. There was a lot of tough competition, a lot of really talented people that I was up against, and unfortunately, I didn't stay in first place, so I was knocked down. But it was fun. I made it to the semifinals, got some consolation prizes. It was a lot of fun. I got a lot of support for that. But yeah, unfortunately, I got knocked out in the semifinals.
How close were you to winning?
If I was in first in the semis, I would have gone to the finals and I would have taken it there. But I was in the number of people that were the 12 people that I was, or the 11 other people I was up against in the semifinals were really, really popular individuals on TikTok, so, various other social media platforms. And I finished in ninth place out of 12. So all in all, throughout the entire competition, which I made it to the 8th round of 7 or the 8th round of 9 total rounds. And I made it, of all the people that entered originally, I made it to the top 144. So that itself is an awesome success for as small as, it's kind of like, as new as I am. I was really impressed. There was so much support there. So it was fun.
Well, congratulations to you for making it as far as you did. You put in a really great try on that, and it looked like you had a lot of support. I was really hoping you'd win, but I'm glad you at least made it into the semifinals. That's great.
It was good. Thank you.
Hey, anybody else have any quick announcements before we start? Okay, with that, Taco, who's coming up first here?
Yeah, so that's a great question. We've got America Defender. Pretty sure that's Russia Defender from the last couple shows we've done, so I'm going to invite him up. He's usually a pretty lively one. Wakes everyone up,
Great, it is early morning, so welcome America Defender. Thank you for joining us. What have you got for us today?
You might need to close Discord, relaunch Discord, and then put your hand back up.
Also, Discord likes to reset everyone's sound settings, and so just make sure your output is on the correct device.
Yes, that's a thing too that happens a lot.
It's got a picture of JFK there. I hope he's alive and with us, America Defender, that is.
All right, I'll bring you up next. I'm going to bring up Agamemnon, or however you say that.
Agamemnon.
Hello, Agamemnon. Welcome. What have you got for us this morning?
Unmute yourself, sir.
Oh yeah, hey, what's up, guys? Can you guys hear me?
It's Andre. Hey,
we can hear you. Welcome.
Oh, hey, thanks for having me on the show. Yeah, the argument I want to give for the existence of God is called the argument from evil for God's existence. So basically, the argument goes something like this. Well, atheism. Well, first of all, theism predicts the existence of evil and suffering. Atheism cannot predict the existence of suffering or evil.
I'll just interject quickly. I agree. Atheism does not predict any of that. So carry on.
Therefore, since theism predicts some of the data or some of our observations about the world, and since atheism doesn't predict that, therefore we should prefer theism over atheism. Now, the reason why atheism doesn't predict suffering or evil is because atheism is a non-belief. And non-beliefs don't predict anything. Asking atheism predict any sort of phenomenon would be asking a rock to explain the existence of, I don't know, the universe, or asking a burger to explain the existence of the universe. It's just a category error. So atheism can't explain anything, therefore it can't explain the existence of evil and suffering, therefore we should prefer theism over atheism.
Okay, so I think it's interesting, your points. I don't disagree with your points about atheism not making those predictions, and that theism, I guess, sort of does predict those things, especially when you look at particular religions. My question for you is, why should we prefer something that makes a prediction? Because there are many predictions made in Christianity that turned out not to be correct. So why should we prefer something just because it makes some predictions?
Oh, yeah. So the principle I go by is that if you have two different models of the world, let's say you have two rival models, and one model explains certain phenomenon, the other one doesn't, we should prefer that phenomenon because it has explanatory power. So I'm just using David Kuhn's theoretical virtues, which is basically if a theory has explanatory scope and has simplicity, then we should prefer that theory over its rivals.
So real quickly, you think God is a more simple explanation?
Well, the first criterion we have to look at is explanatory scope. Simplicity comes in later. So if one model doesn't explain anything, the other one does, and they're both rivals, then we should prefer the one which explains the existence of, our observations.
So we can negate this because there are multiple models of theism. There is a model of theism that predicts pain and suffering comes into the world. There are models of theism that have no model of how pain and suffering comes into the world. Why do you think that your one explanation gives us any more explanatory power by just asserting it?
Oh, yeah, that's a really good point. So some versions of theism can't predict suffering at all. So for instance, Buddhism is not even theistic, but I don't know. There's probably some versions of theism which don't predict suffering. But there are versions of theism which do predict suffering and existence of evil. So therefore, we should prefer those versions of theism over versions which do not predict any sort of suffering.
J.O.
This is odd. This is weird. So looking at it from when you talk about it makes predictions about the existence of evil. All right. So given that humanity in and of itself and humanity's behaviors that could be labeled as evil predate anything in anything in like modern theology, or like basically, like Christianity or whatever you want to say there. Because humans been around way longer than religion in and of itself has, or organized religion as we understand it has. So technically, humans were committing actions that would be labeled as evil before a religion was ever around to say what was good and what was evil. So that's still a subjective determination as to what those actions are. So how is that predicted? That seems that just literally they're just labeling a system that already existed, which is not making predictions about these things.
Yeah. So theism makes both retrodictions, that is, it explains why certain things happened in the past. So why there's, so for instance, natural evil, or why there is evil in general in the world, why we have observed that in the past. But it also makes predictions about the future. Specifically, it makes predictions that we should observe evil in the future.
Well,
atheism can't do any of that.
Atheism can do that as well, because from the naturalistic perspective, evil and good and evil are subjective terminologies that are used to describe particular behaviors, typically based upon the consequences of those behaviors. So if we see that a behavior results in a reduction of the well-being of individuals or the community or whatever, we can label that thing as evil, but it's a completely subjective determination predicated upon the mitigating circumstances. So as atheists and naturalists, recognizing human beings are capable of behavior, and that behavior it can be determined, or the motivation of that behavior can be determined to be good or evil. So we can make those assessments, then we can predict that so long as humans exist, the potential for evil does exist from a naturalistic perspective.
May I interject real fast?
Yeah.
Thank you. So everybody in queue, I apologize, but Discord just did a big update where new DMs go into, you have to click the friend tab at the top, or it's going to have a number on there that's red with a number of messages and friends. Make sure you guys click that if you're in queue. I have no way to message you otherwise. So I sent you all a message, but you probably can't see it. So click the top left, click the highlighted number, and just follow that to the messages, and then you'll be able to see where you're at in queue and all that. I'm sorry, guys. Discord sucks now.
No problem. Yeah, this seems post-hoc.
Yeah, right. So first of all, I don't understand how atheism can predict anything, because atheism is a non-belief. Asking a non-belief to predict anything at all is just category error.
It's just a disbelief in the existence of God.
Right. So it's a non-belief. It's a disbelief.
But that is also why this is a category error. The question is, it's not atheism versus theism. In fact, the question you're asking is, where does suffering come from? And so the model then would be theism versus evolution. biology.
Okay, that's a great point. So theism versus evolution, but evolution doesn't predict the existence of suffering, because for it to predict suffering, it would have to predict the existence of consciousness. But evolutionary theory doesn't predict the existence of consciousness because, well,
Reject that
we can just imagine a
wholeheartedly.
scenario in which.
I don't know why you think that. I don't know what reason you have for thinking
Andre, are
that.
you a young
Well, I
creationist
was
now?
about to explain that.
Okay.
So evolutionary theory doesn't predict the existence of consciousness because, well, we can just imagine a scenario in which there are these organisms which are non-conscious, sort of like robots. And as long as they have the right sort of behavior, as long as their behavior leads to reproductive success, evolution is going to select them. So consciousness is really superfluous for natural selection. It's superfluous for survival, meaning that evolutionary theory actually doesn't predict the existence of consciousness, and therefore it can't predict the existence of suffering.
No, well, consciousness is a result of evolution. So evolution, the theory of evolution only predicts that gene alleles that lead to better reproductive chances are the ones that will be naturally selected for, and those are the traits that will be passed on. That's it. So, but it doesn't make any predictions about consciousness in and of itself, because consciousness is a result of evolution. So evolution would say that the genes that led to the rise of our consciousness are simply the ones that were passed on, because those are the ones that our ability to read the level of our consciousness was essentially naturally selected for. So the things occurred, the various mutations that occurred, and the way we evolved simply resulted in us being selected for. So that's what it is. So technically, it would predict that. It would predict for anything that allows for better survival ability. And if that survivability, if that survivability entails that, or if our consciousness, the existence of our consciousness, or the extent of our consciousness entails our an improved survival ability, then technically evolution would predict for that.
Yeah, so that's a great point. So evolution predicts, or evolution selects for any type of behavior that increases survival. Now, the point is, you can imagine there's an organism which mimics a primitive mammal, one of our early ancestors, in every respect. It has the exact same type of behavior, except it lacks consciousness. Now, that organism would be as evolutionary successful as our early ancestor was, which shows that consciousness makes no difference. Consciousness is superfluous when it comes to natural selection, and therefore evolutionary theory can't predict the existence of consciousness.
Talking about that, we're talking about suffering. Evolution does predict conscious beings. It predicts, first of all, animals that we have right now. There may be other ones, but I do want to get back to the major point, however, which is that theism doesn't have any explanatory power that would actually go, well, this is why we have suffering. This is a point in that direction. Therefore, we should be a theist. And absolutely, TJumps.
So in identitarianism and many models of consciousness, the physical changes in the brain are identical to the changes of consciousness. And so it would actually, P-zombies would be impossible if this interpretation is true. And so your argument actually would fail, because you wouldn't be able to have such beings who act in that way without necessarily having consciousness. And so
well, that's another very good point. But I think most current philosophers of mind view those theories as highly implausible, in fact, outright incoherent, because they face several problems, including the problem of multiple realizability, which means that identity theory of the type you described is false. It can't possibly be true.
Well, just to clarify, all brain models have problems. All brain models are essentially rejected by the majority of, except for like physicalism. Physicalism is the only one that's accepted by the majority.
But these models are even rejected by physicalist philosophers because they're incoherent, they're false. They cannot possibly be true.
Argument. So is your argument. That's the problem. Like the P-zombie argument is also rejected by most physicalist philosophers. So the only thing that's accepted by most brain science philosophers is physicalism. That's the most accepted position.
But the problem is that these models that you're referring to, in which mental states are identical to brain states, are incoherent. They cannot possibly be true. So I'm not just making an argument from authority. I can actually provide a good reason to reject these theories.
Well, the
And
same
the problem
arguments
with
apply
them
to
would be
p-zombies.
that
So the same thing applies to
Yeah.
p-zombies. Most argue p-zombies are philosophically incoherent too. So the same arguments you're applying work for pretty much any position in brain
well,
science.
why would p-zombies be philosophically incoherent?
You'd have to ask the philosophers, because that's something that they interpret. I really don't care. I
Well-
don't think either is incoherent. I think p-zombies are perfectly fine. I think that identitarianism is perfectly fine. But if you're arguing for that there's these arguments that it's incoherent, therefore you can reject it. There are more arguments that p-zombies are incoherent. I just don't consider it a problem.
Yeah, but I'm not specifically arguing that they're incoherent because the vast majority of philosophers reject the theories that you appeal to. I'm saying I have a specific reason why they cannot possibly be true. And if they're not true, then evolutionary theory doesn't predict consciousness. And if it doesn't predict consciousness, it can't predict suffering.
Well, if you have a knockdown argument, go convince the professors, and then you'll have something to stand on. Until then, it's not really a valid argument.
Yeah, I actually do have a knockdown argument, and I can give it to you in 30 seconds or less.
But evolution kind of does predict for consciousness. Is the problem is that evolution predicts that the gene alleles that lead to better survivability are the ones that will be selected for, and then those traits will be passed on. If those traits happen to be ones that lead to enhanced consciousness or enhanced reasoning or cognitive capabilities, we understand, physicalism wise, that, or from a naturalist perspective, that our consciousness is a result of evolution, that our brains evolved in this way. So if that enhanced our survivability, for example, our ability to communicate, to express information exchange better than our homogeneous cousins, then we out-survived them. So yes, and so evolution would predict for that. So technically, evolution predicts for anything that improves survivability chances. If consciousness if our consciousness improved our survivability chances, then yes, evolution does predict for consciousness, because it predicts for any trait that improves that says that it will be selected for. So yes, if it predicts for that, then consciousness, a determination of what is suffering, what is evil, what is good. These are subjective determinations depending upon the circumstances, because two people can interpret these things. And so that's completely subjective. So we wouldn't necessarily make a prediction that these things would exist, but it would acknowledge that they do exist from our subjective determination. We'd say that is evil.
I think you made a good point.
I'm trying to get back to your
point.
original statement, because your original statement was very strange. That atheism is a conclusion regarding an examination of the evidence. We conclude that there are no gods, or belief in a god is unwarranted. So therefore, by extension, we are atheists, because that's the conclusion. So it's a world. It's not necessarily a worldview. It's just we make a conclusion about this, and it's a naturalistic worldview in which such things such as evil and good are subjective determinations, and therefore, we can predict it because humans
suffering
can be
isn't subjective though.
It technically is subjective, because what is suffering? The extent of suffering, the depth of suffering, there's an emotional component to it, and each one considers it differently. If I smash my hand in a door, I don't consider that to be suffering. It's painful, but it's not
its existence is not subjective.
No, it's our interpretation of particular stimuli, which is different for many, many different people. It's still another subjective determination.
But can I just ask you two questions? Number one, what is your definition of consciousness? And number two, is this the main reason why you believe a God exists?
Yes, very good questions. So I'm going to answer that, but after that, I just want to answer an earlier point that was made by G.L. Warren. So my definition of consciousness is something is conscious if it has subjective mental states. That is, so for instance, if it feels like if it experiences something, it feels like something, it has subjective mental states, then it's conscious. I think that's a very basic definition. I can go into more detail about things like intentionality, but I think that definition suffice for now. Now, in terms of, I think J.L. Warren made the point that if consciousness, has an effect on survivability, then evolution would select it. But the point is, we can think of an organism which has the exact same behavior as one of the earliest mammals, as one of our early ancestors, which is completely non-conscious. We can even design a robot like that, which has the same basic behaviors as an early mammal, which is not conscious. Which just shows that if evolution selects for survivability, then there's no reason why evolution should select for things with entities with any sort of subjective experiences.
Why? It's a good move of way around.
No.
Consciousness is a fantastic move of survivability.
Yeah.
It allows us to go in the macroscopic landscape, put food in our body, remove it, the waste, and sometimes mate. But I do want to drill on the second part of the question. Is this the main reason why you believe in a God?
Yeah, so this is the main reason, one of the main reasons I believe in a God. But I think because of the hard problem of consciousness, you can't even say that, first of all, you can't say that evolutionary theory predicts consciousness. But
we've already explained how it does.
Well, but then that would require that you overcome the hard problem of consciousness.
No.
Not only that.
No, it doesn't.
Not only that.
No, Agamemnon. This comes down to what I think you have an odd determination as to what consciousness is. If consciousness is just your brain's ability to do specific things, in other words, the brain has evolved to a particular point, consciousness takes a particular presentation, okay? Because from the naturalistic point of view, from the naturalistic perspective, pretty much physicalism, consciousness is literally just the presentation of a functioning brain. The brain functions in a particular way, consciousness is a part of that. The two of them are tied together, right? Just like a heartbeat is a function of a functioning heart. A consciousness is a heartbeat, or is literally the function of a functioning brain. So very similar. You have different animals like the cetaceans, elephants, octopi, a number of other species on the planet that do have some level of cognition and some level of consciousness. Is just different from ours. It's cetacean consciousness or elephant consciousness. Okay. So, but it doesn't matter. Our particular consciousness, our ability to reason, our ability to communicate, to express information, the way our brains evolved is the number one reason why we outsurvived all of the other members of our genus. We outlasted all of them because we were smaller, we were faster, we took less risks, we could communicate information more complexly, and we bred faster than them, and so on and so forth. And we just happened to outlast them. And so technically, our consciousness, the way our brains evolved, was selected for. And so we survived, all of the rest of them died out. So evolution predicts that anything that enhances survivability or improves the odds of survivability would be selected for. If consciousness, if that reason is why we have survived, then yes, evolution did predict for it.
Yeah, so I think we're talking past each other. So I just want to make a final point here, and then I just want to move on to how I think theism predicts the existence of evil and suffering, if you don't mind. So the final point is, I don't think evolutionary theory predicts the existence of consciousness because of the hard problem of consciousness. Basically, there's no model in physicalist model which can explain how consciousness could possibly emerge. And also, we can, like I said, we can think of any type of organism which has the same behavior as a normal human being, or let's say even like an early mammal. And as long as evolution just cares about behavior, well, then there's no reason why evolution should produce consciousness. But I just want to explain how I think theism can account for suffering and consciousness.
But you made some. Consciousness is not. Consciousness is a spectrum. Okay, it's not like this one thing that's just like human. You're talking about just human consciousness in and of itself. But consciousness in and of itself is a spectrum, is a wide spectrum. Now, if you're talking about like the difference between sentience and sapience, that's a different thing. Okay, but consciousness in and of itself, just being cognizantly aware of your environment and cognizantly aware of stimuli that occurs to the physical body, virtually everything on the planet.
So do you think there can be a robot? Do you think there can be a robot which does the exact same thing as an early mammal?
Well, if we program it that way, like I said, consciousness is a spectrum.
Okay.
So consciousness in and of itself,
can that robot lack consciousness?
Agamemnon, cognizance. There's sapience and there's sentience. Virtually everything on the planet is sentient to a degree. It's a very
Okay.
wide spectrum. Sentient is just the ability to interpret stimuli that's coming from the outside, and the ability to kind of like recognize. And so it's very, very simple. Sapiens is different. Sapiens is a level of reasoning and cognition that not a lot of species on the planet have, but it's still a spectrum. It's still varying degrees. We have a higher level of sapience than the other members of the primate family. And we also have a higher level of sapience, or a different level of sapience than, say, the cetaceans or other animals that have been around a really long time. So, but these things are predicted.
Yeah. So if you're granting me,
Sorry, we're just
granting me the idea that.
Well, we're just running out of time. I just want to bring one comment up from our YouTube audience. Brian Stevens made a point that to make a prediction, you have to have agency. That is different than causative reliance. But carry on. And then we need to wrap this up for our next guests.
Right.
I also
Right.
want to
So
say
one thing I wanted to
be a
say
conscious
is that
agent that is not have a body. It seemingly doesn't have a purpose, any reason but to exist, but to make us. It's not that we're just talking about agency on a planet that we call Earth. We are talking about an agency that transcends time, space, and reality.
Yeah, so if you're granting me that there can be an we can design a robot which engages in the exact same type of behavior as an early mammal, and evolution only cares about behavior, then you're granting me that consciousness is superfluous. Evolution doesn't care about consciousness. It's not going to select for consciousness.
No, but evolution does select for consciousness if consciousness enhances survivability. The robot thing that you're making, the robot construction analogy, it's completely irrelevant, because that's not evolution. That's us literally designing a robot that mimics that mimics like consciousness in a way.
But
no.
You tried to say that behavior is identical to consciousness. So you said consciousness is what the brain does. So consciousness is reducible.
No, I said consciousness is a result of a functioning brain.
And if you have yeah, right. So function is just an input-output relationship. So if you say that there can be an organism which lacks consciousness, which has the same inputs and outputs as us, but it lacks consciousness, then you're basically saying if evolution only cares about these inputs and outputs.
No, because evolution applies to biological organisms, not to robots. We would just be literally creating an autonomous entity that is a mimic of natural process.
Also,
we're not
say
because evolution applies to biological organisms that procreate, not to robots. And we're literally taking a snapshot out, so it's irrelevant.
It's easy to say off the plane, like, wow, yeah, consciousness doesn't even matter to evolution, until you're like in a jungle. And then all of a sudden, whether the tiger is able to catch you being conscious, awake, alert, aware, very important.
Yeah, so as soon as you guys granted me that, you can design something that is not even designed, but there can exist an organism which completely lacks consciousness, but which has the same functions, that is the same inputs and same outputs, same behavior as an early mammal, and evolution only cares about these behaviors, then you're conceding that consciousness is superfluous. There's no reason why evolution should select for consciousness.
That's not the way that works. That's not the way that works. Because evolution,
unfortunately, I can't go any further.
Evolution does not apply to robots. It applies to biological organisms. We literally would just be creating a robot that is a snapshot of biological life. That's all that is. It doesn't go anywhere. It doesn't do anything.
I think that's a difference without a distinction, though.
No, it's not. It's not, because you're trying to apply biological standards to a non-biological creation. Okay, and that's not the way that works.
You not only conceded that it could be a case that there's such a robot. You said it could be the case that there's an organism like an early mammal, which has the exact same behaviors as something that is conscious, but which is in fact not conscious. It's lacking consciousness.
So are you trying to convince us robots are real or God is real?
Well, I'm trying to convince you that naturalism can't predict existence of consciousness or suffering.
I've already explained how it does.
The second part of the
Agamemnon,
argument.
I've already explained how it does. If consciousness is a trait, if an advanced or like in a consciousness to the human extent is a trait that allows for greater survivability, which we already know it does, because it allows for the communication of complex information. It allows for a greater retention of information. It allows for better reasoning and less risk taking.
I just
then yes,
reject all of that.
But we have the evidence. Okay, we have the evidence that supports
no,
this.
because you can have an organism which completely lacks consciousness, which is able to engage in that same type of behavior.
Most of life
no.
is not
That's what we.
Is that
life
organism
doesn't
living for
care.
70 years?
That's what we talked about. That consciousness is a spectrum. Okay, you're talking about the difference between instinctual behavior and cognitive and the reasoning to the level of a human being. Because it's a spectrum, all you need to do is be able to have the traits you need to survive. Can a cheetah reason like a human being? No, but a cheetah is very, very fast because that's the niche it filled, and that's what keeps it alive. Unfortunately, that specialization will also eventually result in its own decline. But
how do you think evolutionary theory? How do you think evolutionary theory predicts consciousness if it can't even because of the hard problem of consciousness? Let me finish.
No, because the theory of evolution
you're not
doesn't
letting me
speak
finish.
Agamemnon, because you keep misrepresenting me.
I'm just gonna get off the stage.
And Agamemnon, if you keep misrepresenting me, I'm gonna interrupt you. Good, that's fine. So we'll just clarify it one last time. Evolution does not predict what specific traits will be selected for in the future. Evolution predicts only that the traits that will be selected for are those that improve survivability odds. That's it. It doesn't care what the traits are. It didn't say, speed will help the cheetah. I will select for speed and then speed. No, that's not the way it works. Evolution predicts that the traits that help survivability are the ones that will be selected for. In Homo sapiens, it was literally our cognition, our brains. Just like in other species, it's different traits. With humans, it happened to be our brains. That's it. So he's making these wild jumps, these wild leaps. It doesn't matter what form the consciousness takes. It's just our brains. Done.
No, relax, dude. It started off with evil exists, therefore God. Now it's consciousness exists, therefore God, because God is conscience, which is like kicking the can down the road. Doesn't explain it. Just says, well, God's conscious, therefore God exists. I don't know. Didn't really
Have you
seem to
seen
go
that
that.
GIF where they push the goalposts across the field?
I share it sometimes. I'm sorry, is my audio okay?
Yeah, you're good.
Thank you.
Well, he put those goalposts in another friggin' stadium, so I'm not sure.
What's going on, America Defender? Your mic working now?
Welcome back, sir. American Defender. America Defender, we're not able to hear you.
I can't believe he'd say something so daring and yet so bold.
Fix your connection, America Defender. The West is falling. We need you.
I was about to say someone needs to defend America.
I guess it's not working. We'll pull Castle Kingside.
See, my joke was he had to change it from Russia Defender because can't really do that anymore.
Castle Kingside is an interesting person. He's got a YouTube of his own, and he posts some interesting content.
Oh, we should make sure that gets shown up in the Heathen Hangout chat.
Oh, maybe he's not coming up.
All right, then who's next?
Just curious, is my mic okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, Trap Suey. Welcome. Thank you for joining us with your sign language picture. We appreciate having you here. What have you got for us?
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can.
We got
All right, give me 1 second. I need to put headphones on.
International sign of friendship.
I think you and I need to talk about how you pick your friends, Peter.
But Rick had that one planet.
You see,
among good friends, Randolph, that's always a good sign.
Imagine the implications if we encounter alien life and someone does that and the aliens understand what it means. They're like, it's an insult. That would be intriguing.
Like aliens did visit us once, and we told them to fuck off.
or jail. What they do is they interpret that as a peace symbol and they use it constantly when they greet everybody.
Rick and Morty.
Rick and Morty did that? Oh.
Yeah, he actually made that joke. He's like, because he basically created a universe, and as he's the god of that universe, he taught them all that the middle fingers is like a sign of peace. So.
Yeah.
Trap Suey, welcome. What have you got for us?
Or the sign that he wants to phone home.
Oh, so that's almost an anti-God episode, kind of funny enough. But welcome, Trap Suey.
How's it going, guys? So
Good. We've just got distracted by aliens. We're sorry. Carry on.
I want to start by kind of asking a question. In your atheism, is your cosmology including infinity and finiteness?
That's more in the realm of science. That's and a little bit in philosophy. Atheism doesn't address those things, but there are many atheists who have views on those things.
Well, if you're talking about like just cosmology, you're talking about like just the formation of the universe, or
like fractals, like how like we can zoom in all the way and it looks exactly the same as our space, like
that's math
floating around. Say again?
That's mathematics.
Yeah, so in that there like the in that there is a how do I start this? So pure being, right? Pure being exists in infinity. Like being itself exists in infinity, whereas the opposite of that is finiteness. And when you separate yourself from pure being itself, which is infinity, you become finite and you are able to be weathered away like a rock.
So you mentioned the phrase, this is the phrasing, it says, pure being exists in infinity. I don't understand what you mean by that. It sounds like something Deepak Chopra would say, but I don't mean to be insulting here. I'm just comparing. What do you mean by pure being exists in infinity? I guess start with what you mean by infinity, if that's a helpful starting point for you.
Yeah, so like the Mandelbrot set, like when you zoom in, you continue to zoom in, it repeats for infinity. If you
Okay, so that's an infinite algorithm, but are you saying that our cosmos is like this?
Well, I mean, like science, modern science does say that it is. So my point is more so like, if God does exist, then he is pure being itself and the infinity in the constant unfolding of being. And
that's a big if. So yeah, I'm gonna go on a limb and say that you believe in this entity.
I believe in math, and math dictates that it exists from infinite numbers.
Okay, so utilizing mathematics. So mathematics is a logical language that we utilize to describe the basically our universe, the things around us, the relationships between things. But essentially, it's a logical language, and then logic in and of itself is also descriptive. So mathematics is descriptive of the universe, and logic is descriptive of the universe. Now, from looking at it from a naturalistic perspective, in the formation of our universe, fluctuations in quantum fields, so on and so forth, leads to the Big Bang, leads to what we call the inflation event. The inflation event results in the visible universe the universe that we can observe. So looking at it from that perspective, if this event is a naturally occurring event, which we conclude that it is, that this is a naturally occurring event, this takes place, and if the formation of that, or the foundation of the universe that we observe, has to be in a particular way in order to be stable, and the mathematics we use to describe the stable state of this universe, or I would say the state of this universe as it is, in order to maintain itself, that's just it happens that way naturally. So how do you linking mathematics with an entity? Because that's a big gap you're leaving.
It's being itself. God is being itself.
How do you mean? But that's okay. You need to clarify on that. Like, what do you mean? God is being itself.
Are you familiar with Heidegger?
Somewhat. I'm not seeing the correlation, but continue. Go ahead.
So essentially,
the reason I ask is because it sounds very poetic. It sounds like this is very poetic language to describe something, but using poetic language to describe a particular thing or describe relationships between things does not entail that those things actually exist. Right, so that's where I'm going up. So I want to make sure that we're not using using flowery prose to try and justify belief in a particular existence.
I would push back on that and say that I don't think that science itself and the determinism of science is only inside the finite realm, so it can't even like algorithms like Fibonacci and fractals are the only thing that science is able to prescribe to define something that is infinite. And because science itself is a finite thing, it describes finite realities. It doesn't describe, it can describe systems, but it doesn't. It's like math. It describes very finite realities.
Okay.
So
so it describes the reality that we persist in, whether or not that reality is finite, whether the energy is infinite and the space is finite, or they're both infinite or neither are infinite. It doesn't matter. Yeah, it describes the reality we persist in. But how does the descriptive language of mathematics, which is completely and totally arbitrary to human beings, the language we use is completely arbitrary in order to describing this. But how does that get you to a God?
Because for reality to exist, it has to continue existing. Yes?
Well, it just means that eventually, reality in and of itself, like the universe itself, eventually will eventually the universe itself will reach a state of thermal equilibrium, and matter will no longer be able to be sustained, because eventually everything will be drawn to the last black hole. The last black hole will eventually evaporate.
Theory,
there will be only
that's theoretical physics. That's not a fact.
What's the mathematical extrapolation of where our universe is going? Okay, so we use mathematics to describe the reality, to describe the universe we exist in.
But it's a theory. Is it a theory, yes or no?
It's a mathematical extrapolation.
Is it a theory, yes or no?
Not necessarily a theory. It's just a mathematical extrapolation.
But is it a theory, meaning like an idea?
No. Theories are explanatory models. So we can hypothesize that this is where this is going. Yeah, we can hypothesize it, but that hypothesis is predicated on a mathematical extrapolation
based on finite numbers that are disconnected from infinity.
No, the numbers that we use to describe current systems the way they work. In other words, if the first law of thermodynamics holds true and the second law of thermodynamics holds true, and physics works this way and the laws of physics are this, then as this takes place, we can mathematically project, using what we know about the laws today, we can mathematically project where this is going by what we observe. And what we observe.
So then what do you think about Lawrence Krauss, the science advisor to Obama, saying that there's more evidence that the Earth is flat and the center of the universe than not?
I wasn't aware that he said that. I think that there's probably some context there that's missing. And from
it's on his Wikipedia page.
Okay, well, but purely I can understand why he would say that from a purely I'm standing on the Earth and making observations with my eyes. But basic mathematics show us that those aren't true.
My main point is that if you concern yourself with finiteness, you will be weathered away like a rock.
You'd have to demonstrate the existence of some. You have to demonstrate that something exists infinitely. And when you say weathered away by a rock,
mathematics proves it.
But when you say weathered away by because mathematics is abstract. It is an arbitrary language that we use. And when you use terms like weathered,
so when you zoom in on a microscope, when you zoom in on a microscope, things keep appearing, correct? Yes or no? It doesn't just disappear.
Sure.
There's no mass doesn't just like cease to exist when you get to the smallest amount of mass, correct?
Sure.
Okay, so therefore infinity exists on a mathematical scale, even with molecules and magnifying glasses.
Right,
Like,
but the things that the mathematics is describing are finite, and the things that mathematics itself may persist on, or may be based upon an infinite range of numbers, but that doesn't mean infinite things exist or infinite things are extant. Okay, so because it's weird because you're saying that because the abstract, which the abstract happens to be infinite, exists, then that means it correlates to an infinite in reality, which is very weird.
well, so for math to describe something that is real, it has to be correct, right? Like 1 + 1 = 2, right?
Is an arbitrary descriptor that we use to describe things.
Okay, so 1 +
And
1
actually,
is
that's
arbitrary.
not true. We can actually use multiple infinities. We can use mathematics we know is not coherent in a rational world, but utilize it anyway.
So is 1 + 1 = 2 arbitrary?
The language is arbitrary. What it's describing are literally just objects in space and the relationships between them.
Okay, so to describe an object in space that is infinite, I'm using math.
What is an object in space that's infinite?
You are an infinite object in space. If
No,
you
I'm
zoom
not.
in,
I'm a biological organism that will eventually die, and my constituent elements will re-enter the system.
well, I actually agree with you because you believe in finiteness. You have defractalized yourself to exist on only one plane of existence. You've decided that science is your god, and that you're
science is not a god. Science is an explanatory methodology.
Based on finiteness, it can only describe.
I don't know what you mean by finiteness. You say you're using finiteness in this context.
Okay,
to give it something, to give it more meaning than it actually has. Finiteness means that things end, that things don't last forever, which is fine. Yes, things don't last forever.
Precisely.
Cool.
Yeah, no, precisely. So if you separate yourself from infinity, if you separate yourself from cognizant, conscious perception of infinity and that existing, then you will only be able to exist in finiteness. This is literally the science of the Bible.
Well, I mean, there's no evidence for mind-body dualism. I don't believe it. There's nothing to support that anything after we die will continue on after us. Our consciousness does not go anywhere. Our consciousness dies when our brain dies. So there's no evidence to suggest or even accept that consciousness or whatever exists after our biological deaths. So yes, human beings are finite. We don't last forever.
I would also assert by its nature that our consciousnesses have a hard time understanding infinity, because an infinity is just a concept. You never truly get there. That's the nature of an infinity.
Well, but that's the point, right?
Brings the question, you keep saying infinity exists. Do you mean as a concept? Or what do you mean?
So for something to exist, it has to be able to be described, right? And it has to be able to...
Are you using infinity in place of eternal?
What's the difference?
They're two totally different concepts.
I disagree. I think they're very similar. I think the only difference would be like in description of time. But I digress.
You're just equivocating. You should use a proper term, eternal.
Well, no, but the proper term is infinite because a fractal is infinite, and that's what I'm
concept, though. That doesn't apply to reality.
We call it a fractal.
You just admitted it did when we talked about magnifying things into a. We can't when we magnify something. What?
Okay, just to clarify, fractals don't magnify things. A fractal is what you're seeing with the fractal there is the output of an algorithm that is infinite. So you can similar
to when you look from space all the way down to quarks.
No, that's actually zooming in and looking at real stuff. Fractals are all made up.
Okay, so for something to be made, it has to exist. For a concept to exist, it has to exist.
Do you think that if you keep zooming in, you'll see smaller and smaller quarks? Because that would match what you're saying about the fractals, and that isn't what people are claiming, as far as I know.
And it seems to me like you're using fractal wrong, because a fractal is just going by it. Just went back to it because I want to make sure that the definition is correct. Fractals is a curve or geometric figure, which each part has the same statistical character as the whole. So they're useful in modeling structures, such as like eroded coastlines or snowflakes, in which similar patterns recur at progressively smaller scales. I'm just looking at just to make sure, because the definition is complex. I want to make sure I get it correct. And so they describe partly random or chaotic phenomena such as crystal growth, fluid turbulence, and galaxy formation. So
galaxy formation. There you go. You're literally saying.
But trap. Trap.
No. Stop for 1 second. I gave you an argument and you just proved it with the definition.
No, I didn't. I said
you did.
I said no. Trap.
No, you did.
Fractals identify. Fractals are what we did. It's literally is a description of patterns in the universe.
Like the universe unfolding, like the definition,
yes,
correct?
Yes, but we know. Okay, but we have mathematically extrapolated that eventually this universe that we exist in will persist until thermal equilibrium. Matter will be unsustainable. Everything will fall into the last black hole, and the last black hole will eventually evaporate, and there will be no matter anymore. There will just be
but that's a theory, bud.
That's a mathematical extrapolation based upon what we know now.
No, that's a hypothesis.
There you go. You corrected yourself. That's just hypothesis. But what I really want to know is your notion of a god tied to an infinity?
Well, pure being itself is infinite.
Demonstrate the existence of pure being.
I didn't hear a yes or a no in that answer either.
Demonstrate the existence of pure being outside of flowery prose to give values to things that don't have the values you want.
Well, I mean, I think that human beings reproducing from whenever the beginning of time was until now is a very good description of pure being. We are able to reproduce. We are able to further our DNA into infinity if it exists.
There was just the Big Bang. There was hydrogen, helium, and lithium. Then there were the first generation stars. Then they died. Then there were about the second generation stars from their supernova deaths.
Okay, but that's all
the
hypothesis
heavier elements.
as well. That's all hypothesis.
No. These are. I'm just explaining facts to you right now.
That's not a.
No, these are facts. Trap. These are facts. This is literally the field of cosmology.
I'm gonna leave then, because this is not facts.
Maybe you get your facts from a non-scientific point of view, but it was nice talking to you, Trap Suey.
Then take cosmology course, dude.
Go look at Lawrence Krauss and look at why he thinks
Are you trying to say
flat.
that Lawrence Krauss, first of all, doesn't think the universe is flat? I must have missed that. He thinks the universe is flat. That is different from the
I said
planet
the Earth.
being flat.
I said the
He
Earth
doesn't
is flat
think the Earth
and the
is
Earth
flat.
is descent. He does. He said that there is
Lawrence
more proof.
Krauss.
Actually, that has been debunked. Lawrence Krauss is saying clips of him were mined to lend credibility to this stuff. And one particular film he was talking about is called The Principle, a film which he describes as stupid and unbelievable. So this is probably just more of this kind of quote mining and taking things out of context, way out of context, because there's no way that he's going to say the Earth is flat. I'm quite sure about that.
As I suspected, there was context missing.
But
yeah, you did call that earlier.
I mean, if you think the Earth is flat, I feel like we have a lot more epistemological trouble than anything we've been talking about. Though I will say, just to bring it right back, almost all of the flat earthers I've ever met have always been creationists of some form of variety.
Hello? Can you guys hear me?
What's going on, Castle Kingside?
Hey, what's up, guys?
What you got for us today?
I'm honored to be here. Thank you for this opportunity. Thank you.
Hey, just so you know, we've also shared your link in the Discord chat. Thanks, Taco, and in the YouTube chat. So welcome. What have you got for us today?
You. Well, I'd like to talk to you guys. You guys are atheists. I was an atheist too.
So what convinced you that a God exists?
Yeah, maybe we can get
God
you back.
This moment right here, right now, that we're speaking, that we have the opportunity to speak from all around the globe, connect simultaneously so that we can have a conversation. This is my proof.
Okay,
You're mistaken. That's the internet. This is actually Discord.
Okay.
But yes.
I'm saying, but what are the chances of you meeting someone like me? What are the chances?
One out of one.
I'd say it's 100% because we just met.
Because we just met you, so it takes 100%.
Because that's wonderful. I'm saying everything in God's time. Everything in God's time.
No. Castle.
You know?
Castle.
Yeah. What? Yeah.
What convinced you that this entity exists?
I'm trying to explain to you everything, all of it.
So
all
look at the trees. So it's look at the trees.
Look at those trees.
They're so
beautiful.
Therefore, God.
They provide that shade in the summertime. You know what I'm talking about, man. It's wonderful.
We've debunked these before. So
they provide the fruit for us to eat, man. Don't you like those apples? Aren't you thankful for those? Aren't you grateful for that fruit?
Yeah, but the trees probably aren't as happy. Well, it depends. Sometimes actually getting rid of the seeds through other ways helps them, but it probably doesn't feel good for the tree if you're tearing them down.
No, this isn't Castle Kingside. This is not intended to be insulting. I'm curious, have you been smoking some drugs or drinking alcohol?
Oh, look, I'm from California, baby. We smoke weed out here.
It sounds like it honestly sounds like he has his pastor voice on.
Huh?
Castle King, I've got a question. If the internet is proof for you, can we contact God through the internet?
Man, we can talk to God right now. We can ask God to come into our conversation to help us.
Bring him up on stage. Bring him up on stage. I've been waiting for that. I've been waiting for that. Bring him up.
I want to comment real quick.
Technology,
so Castle,
the phone, the tablets,
Castle, I'm going to ask God for something right now. So everybody, put your hands in a praying position. Close your eyes for a moment.
Wait, I'm going to go Scooby-Doo on you if you do this, Taco.
Okay. No, this will make sense in a moment. So, God, please give Mr. Castle Kingside the power, the ability to present a sound argument for your existence.
Okay, I hear you. I understand. But see, the thing is, the scientists try to get to God through science and math, but the way to get to God is the heart. I'm saying
we're not scientists. Castle.
I'm sorry. What I'm trying to say is, in order to find God, you have to go through the heart, not through the brain, not through the mind. You go through the heart.
Painful.
That's how you find God.
Castle.
Yeah,
my heart is incapable of reasoning or critical thought or cognitive faculty.
Yeah, your heart is in control of your emotions. Your
right?
Love.
No, it's not.
No, that's actually also the brain.
Castle. That's also my brain. Yes.
Yeah, I know. That's how you look. What I'm trying to say is, just try to think about it metaphorically. The brain represents your mind.
No, why do I have to? No, Castle.
Huh?
If a God exists, why do I have to appeal to metaphor? Because appealing to metaphor could just be confirmation bias.
I'm saying you have to learn how to communicate, right? You had to learn how to speak English and your ABCs and your 1, 2, 3 before you can communicate.
With your heart or your brain?
I'm saying we do it with our brain because we're told that this is the way it is. But the truth is, God has been here the whole time. God set the stage for us to speak right now.
Cool. Demonstrate its existence.
I'm trying. I'm here. I'm saying this is what it's about.
Castle, I can help you there. I'm pretty sure. We do this every 2 weeks. I'm pretty sure Taco is setting the stage. So Taco, you're God. Did you hear that?
But do you know how long I've been a member of Discord? This one in particular.
Peter, I've been trying to tell you I'm God for like a year now.
You have. I think we now got to confirm.
Well, let me ask him this real quick, Castle. So are you essentially asserting that I have to believe before I'll find the evidence.
Yeah, you have to ask this with all sincerity from your heart. You have to ask God.
Okay, so you're basically asserting that I have to believe this thing exists in order to find the evidence of its existence. Because once I believe, then the evidence will be revealed, right?
Yeah, then you'll understand that when you see that.
For a clarification, just to clarify.
All right.
If I interpret evidence through the lens of a prior held belief, how is that any different from confirmation bias?
You've got to switch that lens, man.
No. Castle, don't avoid the question. If I interpret evidence through the lens of a prior held belief, how is that any different from confirmation bias?
I'm saying you're not willing to look at it from a different lens. You're looking at it from the same old lens, man.
I think I've made my point.
If I look at the world through a red lens, will I see anything that's not red?
Yeah, and if you look at it from a lens, that's not going to help. You have to look through a lens.
Wait. So if I choose to look at the world through a red lens, I'm automatically going to see everything as red, right? And so if I change that to a blue lens, everything's going to look blue, right?
Blue.
So if you want to understand the world, you should probably not look at it through a colored lens. You won't want to look at it. You want to remove the lenses, right? Don't look at the lenses.
You want to be transparent, right?
Yes.
I'm saying you have to be accountable for your life, man.
No, Castle. What TJump is essentially saying there is that that means we need to look at the universe and interpret the universe without supposing that a God exists.
What? Why? Who made this stuff? Who did this?
So if we assume God existed and look at it through the God lens, that's like looking at the world through a red lens. Everything's going to look red. But that might not be the real color, right? We have to not use a lens. If we don't use a lens, we might be able to understand reality better.
I'm saying, do you see blue when you look at the sky or no?
Sometimes.
Okay. Do you see those white clouds?
Sometimes.
What about that golden sun? Do you ever see that? I'm saying, man, are we looking at the same world or no? Are we living on planet Earth or no? Is this the same planet where Donald J. Trump became the president or no?
Unfortunately.
Yes. Yeah. I hear you loud and clear. Trust me. I woke up in 2020, man. Why do you think I'm out here? Why do you think I'm talking to you right now? If it wasn't for Donald J. Trump, I wouldn't be here.
Here's the problem, Castle. Here's the problem. You've literally just stated that we need to adhere to confirmation bias in order to justify a belief in God.
Can you explain to me what that is?
We've already explained it to you. Confirmation bias is when you interpret things that validate a prior held belief. You're confirming your bias. You are biased towards the existence of a thing, so you interpret things through the lens that thing exists, therefore it validates your confirmation.
Right.
You're biased towards a particular thing. That does not get you to the truth. Confirmation bias is a bad thing.
Also, Cass, I can tell you where our disconnect is. You're coming in here and passionately telling us what you believe. And when we don't seem to share in that joy, you seem to be confused, like I just explained it to you. But as far as we can tell, what has changed your mind is that you found God metaphorically through your heart. And you almost alluding to that it's as easy to see this as the trees around us. Yeah. I am here presenting myself. Is this not good evidence of God's existence? And our answer is no. That is not, unfortunately.
It's insufficient.
I'm not special enough.
No. Castle. What we're saying is it's insufficient because the methodology by which you got there is flawed.
Yeah. What?
So explain it to us is our point.
Everyone for a reason. Everything has a purpose. Everything, good and bad, all of it. All of it has a reason.
Why do you think a God exists?
I've been talking to you for 10 minutes now?
Our ability to communicate.
This is the disconnect, Kessel. You have just been explaining what you believe. You have not explained why.
I mean, he just told you everything.
Well, I had an experience. I can tell you what happened. Right? No, I can tell you what happened. I was an atheist, and then I became agnostic in one night. I had one night when I was driving on the 91 freeway, and I fell asleep. I fell asleep behind the wheel in my truck, and no lie, something hit the side of my car door. On the passenger side, it was a loud slap, like somebody slapped that door. It woke me up. it woke me right out of my sleep. And I looked around in the mirrors. There was nobody around me. There's no one around. And I was like, what was that? From that moment, I became agnostic, no longer atheist, because I couldn't explain what that was.
Can I reframe that?
Yeah. You hit something with your truck and
no,
now you
I didn't hit it. I didn't bump it or anything. Okay? Someone slapped my door. Someone slapped my door.
You were at the castle. You were asleep. Yeah. You were asleep. How do you know you were asleep and you were woken up out of the sleep? How do you know?
Loud bang,
Castle. How do you know that what you interpreted as a slap on the door was a slap on the door?
Well, that's what I'm trying to. I don't know what it was, man. It could have been a bat flying in the night.
Okay, fantastic. Right no, Castle, great. You just said you don't know what it was.
I don't know what it was,
which would entail that your move to agnosticism or whatever, this leading you to be a believer, would be unjustified.
What? I'm saying, have you ever watched Pulp Fiction? Yes. Have you ever watched the movie Pulp Fiction?
Have you ever drank a $5
maybe I can explain this to you.
Yeah.
If what happened to you led you to believing in a God, then you already believe that a God exists in order for him to do that. So that wasn't what convinced you.
Mm-hmm.
Also, that story sounds like a hit and run.
Yeah, you already thought that a God existed in order for him to be able to do that.
I was an atheist at that time.
No, you weren't. No, you weren't. No. Because if you were an atheist, you would never go to God as an explanation for that.
Well, I was raised in the church. You know that?
You had to be. Hold on. You had to be convinced a God exists first in order for him to do anything.
No, I became.
What convinced you? What convinced you that a God exists?
The fact that we don't know what we don't know. We don't know everything, man.
But the fact that you don't hold on. The fact that you don't know what you don't know is a lack of schooling, not a God.
I'm going to the school of life, baby. The school of hard knocks. I'm a bouncer, man.
That's not a school. That's not a school.
I think
wait, hold up.
I think we can be done with this individual.
Oh,
it's not getting us
you
anywhere.
Don't want to debate me? What am I thinking to?
Castle, we've already dissected why your reasoning is flawed, why it's not convincing. There's things that don't add up in your story.
Let me tell you something before
Castle, let me tell you something. Randall shared the link to your channel. Obviously, you have. I see that you have a conversation with Darth Dawkins on your channel. DM me. Invite me onto your channel. I'd be more than happy to have a one-on-one with you.
Talk. Hey, man, I'd love to talk to all you guys, but I'm not very tech savvy.
Castle King. If God is on your side, then you should be able to stay here the whole time without this conversation ending, if that's what you want.
I would hope so, but you guys are already done talking to me. The other guy doesn't want to talk to me anymore.
I just offered you shoot me a DM and we'll do this on your channel in a one-on-one. But I'm not going to sing. I am not going to sing.
You can keep the conversation going. You can keep the conversation going off the stage, but on the stage here, as far as this presentation goes, you haven't given us anything substantial, and we've already dissected how your reasoning is flawed and you're making irrational leaps. So we wouldn't be convinced. And your personal anecdotes aren't evidence. They're just like you're interpreting, because here's the problem. You're unable to determine the influence of God, the difference between the influence of God and a naturally occurring random circumstance. Because if you
believe in randomness.
If it works in your favor, you interpret that as God, but if it doesn't work in your favor, so there's problems in your logic there. So when it comes down to it, there's nothing substantial there. Feel free to continue the conversation off the stage, but from on the stage, you presented it. There's nothing convincing there.
I want to ask the next question after Randolph, if you don't mind.
Just one last thing, and then Amy, and then that'll be it. I just want to say I'm not convinced from what you said, and I think nobody here is, I suspect, convinced by what you presented. However, I do have a question for you. Just maybe give me a 1 or 2 or 3 word answer. What is your favorite kind of marijuana? And then go on to Amy's question.
Oh, come on. Do you know who you're talking to, man? I'm a modern day orator.
Okay, I don't think that's a type of marijuana.
Aren't we all?
Technically, the word is orator, but that's neither here nor there. Go ahead, Amy.
Orator. I'm just saying. I'm telling our life story to the future generations, hundreds and thousands of years from now.
What's your favorite type of marijuana?
I am just glad you're a theist that actually thinks we're gonna live hundreds of thousand years, and it's not the normal apocalypse. But
yay!
You gave us an explanation of agnosticism. It seems like you were heading towards there. From what it sounded like, you fell asleep during an accident. There was something. Was the car damaged? Like, was it actually?
No. There's no dent in the door.
Okay. No. Well, then, so something hit it. It could have been, like they were saying, an object. It could have been something like an apple could have fell. It could have been a bat. But that's agnosticism. Let's just, I don't think we agree on that point, but it is a point that happened in your life. Get me from agnosticism, from theism. What is it that made you believe in a God?
Forgiveness, mercy. The story of mercy through Jesus Christ.
Oh, there we go. Traditional Christian. At least we got there at the end.
Yeah, I was raised in the church.
Castle, in case you're going to shoot me an invite, this is going to be interesting because I had the exact same experience that you had.
On the 91 freeway? In the truck?
No.
On the 91?
No, because I'm in the Netherlands, so
no, I'm in California, baby.
See, I had an experience like
what I'm trying to tell you is that I had the same experience where I hit something and I didn't know what it was. To this day, I don't know what it was, but it didn't lead me to God. So.
Oh, okay. So you're Vincent in the story.
We might have some common ground there.
Yeah, you're Vincent. I'm Jules. We're buddies, but you think that it was randomness, chance, luck. But I don't say that. I say that it was God Almighty, just like Jules said in Pulp Fiction. You see, that's what happened. He had an experience and he recognized God right then and there. Whereas Vincent,
but the thing you're missing with Castle,
still didn't recognize God.
Are we gonna move on?
The thing you're missing about that scene in Pulp Fiction is that Jules was already a believer. Vincent was not.
No, he wasn't a real believer.
Yes, he was.
Okay, we're gonna go ahead and move on here. Castle, go ahead and you've got about 60 seconds, so say whatever you'd like to say, then we're moving on.
All right. Okay, man. Hey, thank you for this opportunity. All right, guys? I really appreciate it. I'm going to remember you guys for what you said, okay? I'm an orator. It's my job, all right? Whoever I meet in life, whoever God brings my way, that's who it is. That's who I'm going to speak to. One day, I'm going to be one of the most influential minds of our time. I'm going to speak to all the great minds like Joe Rogan, Dave Chappelle, Jordan Peterson.
Great minds.
You know, whoever.
Become a comedian. If you like comedians, become a comedian.
Oh, I'm not a comedian. I'm not a comedian.
You literally just named two comedians as the people you're
Jordan
trying
B. Peterson. These two
comedians
have
Rogan?
They have a lot of influence right now.
I'm
saying the whole point is so that
15 seconds.
Sorry, Castle.
I want to get my time back. You interrupted.
You put a hold on it for a second. I have one request for you. When you mention famous comedians in the future, please include Amy Newman in that list. Okay, your time continues.
Amy Newman.
Okay, 30 seconds.
I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with your work, Amy Newman.
Oh, wow, you're missing some great humor. She's a comedian.
I just had my Thanos moment. I don't even know who you are.
Oh,
and Amy Newman has gently Peterson on all the time.
15 seconds left.
I don't mean disrespect. I'm just saying there's so many people in the world. But we have the best opportunity now with the internet so that we can all get along. What you know is personal. Who you know is social. And since
perfect conclusion. Thank you so much for coming up. We love you, Castle.
That was interesting, but I'm disappointed he didn't tell us what his favorite type of marijuana is.
So, if you guys remember, at the start of that, I asked God for something very specific, and it was not delivered. I remain unconvinced.
Me too.
Me too.
Bumble Bree is up next in queue. This is a friend of Randolph.
Bree. Bree's a friend of all of us.
She's amazing, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's great. She's got a strong science background and has done some great. Has been involved in some debates, I believe. But I think, and she's previously known as Brainbug for doing a lot of videos explaining the smaller life forms in our world, but I think she's away from her computer, so we'll come back to her. Yeah.
Just raise your hand again, and I'll pull you back up. We've got cool guy Jeff.
Sounds cool.
Didn't Jefferson say he wasn't available?
He's going to listen here and there, he said.
Yeah, cool guy Jeff.
He
should be in chat. Oh, this is another one.
Yeah.
Cool guy Jeff, welcome. Thank you for joining us.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, your microphone's volume is kind of low. What have you got for us today?
I just want to come up and say that under either naturalism or evolution, I don't think you can say that mind is predicted, but you can also say that under theism, mind isn't predicted. You could even say that under theism, mind is less predicted, given that God can do any logical possible thing, including building P-zombies or not building anything at all.
So are you saying mind, M-I-N-D, is predicted?
It's not predicted on either theory. And when you say it is, it's just it's just going to be a just so story, given that like under the theory of evolution or natural selection, all you're going to do is be going out into the world and seeing things and being like, well, I see this thing exist, therefore it must be fit, therefore it must be predicted under evolution, which is just ad hoc.
Inference and stuff like that. Okay, so are you thinking that this somehow is an argument in favor of a god or goddess existing, or works against it?
No, I think it's just both views are on par. You're going to need to give some kind of other independent reason to think that mind is going to emerge. Maybe you could say that under the God theory that it's a little bit less epistemically virtuous, given that God has more options than would be under the constraints of naturalism.
Well, it's not exactly true.
Okay, sorry. It sounded at first, I wasn't sure if you were trying to convince us deity exists. I guess you're not a theist, you're an atheist. You've come in here to kind of give some observation and commentary, am I correct?
Well, I'm agnostic, but yeah, pretty much.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Yeah, so would you mind to perhaps talk a little more about the idea that you had? Like, what argument? Sorry, what argument are you addressing that a theist is making?
Oh, a theist came up earlier and said that only under theism would minds be expected, but that's just nonsense.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
So
all you're going to be doing,
pick up on that for a little bit. That's if we can show that minds would be evolutionary advantageous, then evolution would expect minds. So the fact that we don't have proof that minds or consciousness is necessarily evolutionary advantageous is the only reason that evolution wouldn't predict consciousness. But as soon as we can prove it is, or if you hypothesize it is, then you're justified in believing that evolution would predict consciousness.
Well, I'll just grant that like minds are evolutionarily fit, but that doesn't mean that that's what you're going to predict. I mean, if you're just going to say that evolution predicts things that are fit, I mean, that's kind of like tautological, given that what is fit is what we observe in the first place. So it's like unfalsifiable by definition.
No, so evolution predicts what's fit. If there is a particular feature that is fit for an environment, then evolution would predict that that feature would be more likely to be invoked in that environment. It's not circular.
Yeah, but as a theory, being able to investigate what is fit, you're only going to be able to do that by just observing what happens. So it's going to be the case that like even if minds are the most fit, even if minds are the most fit adaptation possible, it's not going to be predicted under naturalism or evolution. It could be the case that some other thing like a P-zombie, if you believe P-zombies could exist, would emerge. Like evolution doesn't say that the most fit thing comes up, or even any particular fit thing.
But if you just want to say like, well, that's irrelevant. So evolution says the fit things are more likely to emerge. Evolution is going to move towards the fit things, and so it doesn't say it's necessarily going to. Like, who cares about that? If it says it's more likely, that's a prediction. It says this is more likely to happen.
Yeah, but fit things are defined, but what exists is tautological.
No, it's not. Like you can make predictions about traits before they exist. This happens all the time.
Yeah, but it's going to be unfalsifiable by its nature, because when that trait doesn't emerge, you're going to say, oh, well, the conditions weren't right or something like that.
No.
Well, that's an example of this predictive use of science, actually.
So you can make probabilistic predictions and they don't get the most probable outcome, but it would still be correct. You don't need to necessarily observe the most accurate or most likely probability to confirm the theory. It's not how it works. You can do probabilistic assessments. That's not correct.
Yeah, but then like imagine that there is some kind of unfit thing that we don't know is unfit, and then there's a fit thing. Imagine the thing that we don't know is unfit, but that does emerge, right? Are we going to say that that thing was predicted under evolutionary theory?
It depends on the p-values of the hypothesis, and if you assess the p-values to the outcoming data, if it confirms the data, then it's confirmatory of the theory. If it goes against the data, then it would be evidence against the theory.
Yeah, but that's the point, is that we don't have the priors to run like a statistical variance test.
Yes, we do.
P-values and whatnot.
P-values require priors. You have to have the priors. The priors in evolution is the fitness and the environment. Those are the two priors. Yes, we would have those.
Yeah, I just don't see how that's the case. How you could like predict that like some animal is going to develop wings or something like that, in the future. If you wanted to say that like the thing that's predicted is fitness, well, the thing that's fit is the thing that's going to exist in the first place. So it's just,
No.
I mean,
the first organisms.
yeah, I mean, there's a lot
fit.
written on this.
Like, no, like you're just not understanding how science or prediction or evolution work.
Yeah, so I think it's just going to be a just so story when a scientist tries to predict what's going to emerge after that, right? Because it can't be falsifiable. But that's fine. I'm not arguing that there isn't.
It's
a fact
literally
of matter. I think that
falsifiable.
natural selection,
Oh my god.
I think that natural selection, there is something in nature, right, that we would call natural selection, is what guides the presence of things that can exist, right? I'm not disputing that, but as a theory, as a predictive thing, I don't think it does much work for you.
It does. There's literally tens of thousands of predictions for evolution, and they have been confirmed.
Yeah, but not adaptation. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking, there's going to be like things that are definitely expected on a theory, but I'm not talking about those. I mean, I'm like 100%. I think that evolution has been proven to like a statistically impossible certainty, or to deny is statistically impossible, but not because of like things of natural selection.
Natural selection is only one part of evolution. There's evo-devo, niche selection, sexual selection. Like if you combine the theory of evolution, it makes lots of predictive models that do work. No idea what you're talking about.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying that I'm just saying that under evolution, let's go back to what we were talking about. I don't think you can predict any like specific adaptation, including mind. That's all I'm saying.
Yes, you can. That's false.
Okay, let's agree to disagree.
Thank you for your disagreement. Anything else? Or
yeah, thanks for coming.
Thanks, guys.
Hey, yeah, appreciate you coming up and making the effort. That was good to hear. It sounds like you and TJump have different views on the matter, and look forward to hearing you again in the future.
Thanks for coming up, Jeff. Pulling up Bumblebee again.
Bumblebee, welcome. It's great to see you here.
Sorry, I'd stepped away for a moment when you invited me up before. Had some company show up.
Now we mostly got the stage here, but we just had an agnostic, and you're an atheist. What have you got for us today?
Well, I identify myself as an atheist. I always have, but I am a Gaianist too. But I don't believe in anything supernatural about it, and that's what I've come up here to present to you guys.
Oh, how do you spell Gaianist, if you don't mind me asking?
Gaianist, but you won't find my position in most of the literature, because I'm a proponent of what they call the Gaia hypothesis. It's just named that after the Greek goddess. There's no link to the actual pagan worship of that Greek goddess. It's completely separate type of Gaianist.
What is it?
So you're here to tell us about Gaianism. Okay, this sounds good.
Yeah. Okay, and it's funny because you just had the guy before, who was supposed to be before me anyway. We gave a look at the trees arguments, and I'm going to be giving a look at the tree arguments.
What's the argument?
The trees arguments here, but it's also going to come down to look at the fungus mostly, because in 2019 we started doing this research into the neural network of fungus. The hyphal and mycelial consciousness is what the paper that was published in April of 2021 is, that does show information being passed back and forth through different areas of this network. There's some different names for it: mycorrhizal network, mycelial network, different ways to look at it too. And it depends on which facets of it you include, but it's all connected. And it goes under the ocean. We have marine fungal networks that all flow underneath everything, all the organic areas of the earth, right? Anything where there's organic material is being broken down. Obviously, in rocky areas and rock faces and things like that, it doesn't exist. But anywhere there's organic life flourishing, you will find these mycelia sending information back and forth to this entire system that as Anthropocene comes into play, of course, we've cut her all up and divided it up a bit, that there's places that are not connected anymore to the rest of the network. But for the most part, it was global, spanning for billions of years, and it developed and evolved as a superorganism to control the environment over evolutionary periods, extinction events, punctuated equilibrium.
What is the argument? So I agree, fungus exists. What are you saying that's like more than just common knowledge of science?
That's the only thing it could be considered a god in the reality that we exist in.
Fungus?
Because it fits the definition of, it controls everything from atmospheric to fossorial movement and ecology. It shifts the environments. It controls the atmosphere. It is the ecology, and it makes decisions. It's conscious.
Well, the laws of physics would be a better fit for those definitions, but God typically is the thing that created all of the universe. Fungus definitely didn't do that, so I don't see.
No one made that claim. You're using a different definition of God. I don't believe in that type of God. I'm a physicalist. The only thing that could be a God would have to be something that's physical and controls the environment and the world that we live in.
Like the laws of physics.
Definition two under Merriam-Webster. What I'm presenting here. Sorry for the confusion.
So, like,
talking about a creator god or a philosophical concept, I'm actually saying that that we have a physical organism that fits that checks the boxes of what we consider a god.
Not really. No, physics would fit that definition. The fact that it can only exist on this planet and dies fairly easily would definitely not fit that definition. Also, it doesn't
very
control
easily. It's lived for 3.7 billion years. I wouldn't say it dies easily.
It dies extremely easily. All life dies extremely
characterization.
easily. So, like, if you put it in space, it would die. It would die very quickly in space. And most of the universe.
I'm not arguing for a space god, though. I think that's where you're misunderstanding. I'm arguing for an Earth god.
So that's just not what we mean by God. That's not what the vast majority of people.
It's not what you mean by God, and it's not the argument I came up here to make. TJump. I was doing this in fun, as a organic God. The only thing that could exist like a God. I think maybe you're misunderstanding what I came up here to present, and maybe I misunderstood the panel because I thought that I've talked to Randolph and Amy and Peter all about this, coming up here and talking about this, and they thought it would be an interesting concept. So
we welcome different ideas. So no, definitely you're welcome to do that. I think TJump is going after the scientific aspects of it, and it's good that you're clarifying that you meant to be coming up here.
This thing is actually absolutely controlled by the laws of physics and the laws of biology, the laws of chemistry, all that good stuff. I'm not making any claim beyond that. It's an organism. That's 3.7
about
year old organism.
Okay.
Speaking about the laws of chemistry.
So just Peter, I just want to note there are a lot of mushroom pictures in our Discord chat right now. Fungus. Carry on, Peter.
Yeah, speaking about the laws of chemistry, have you ever gotten a reaction from Matt Powell to the picture that is currently your profile picture here on Discord?
No, Matt Powell won't talk to me. No, he doesn't have anything to do with me.
And see, that's where you need to pray to the Greek god Leucides. He's actually the god of implants, but I mean, maybe it'll help with.
Actually think that's cheating. I'm not sure if he has permission from Daddy.
I'm pretty sure that Matt Powell saw the video. Matt Powell saw the picture and the invite. I'm really disappointed that he never responded, because that's where they cut off in their review of the video just before we're going to be on it. Has to be a sign.
That's my entire case I was making. I didn't come up here to present Almighty Creator God. I'm sorry if that was the misunderstanding when I came up on the stage. I didn't come up here to make that argument. I'm a physicalist. I don't believe in that in that stuff. I don't believe in supernatural origins to the universe or anything like that. I think if an entity that exists that controls the events on Earth the God. And that's what we're looking at with the Gaia hypothesis. That's all I have. Thank you for your time.
If an entity is ruling everything on Earth, he needs more education on how to do it. He's running Earth the same way Elon Musk is running Twitter.
I think Gaia would run Earth better if we just let her take the reins again.
Yeah. So you refer to Gaia as a she. Is Gaia some kind of a goddess under Gaianism?
No. Well, under the traditional Gaianism, like the pagan belief, she is. Under Gaia hypothesis, it's just the name that they put on it. And it has a female origin to it. So and it also I've run this argument on credentialist apologetics. I've tried to run it on the oppositionalists, but they won't engage with me at all. So, this is the
work
first time
that
I've run it on
way.
atheist. Yeah,
They won't let you ask questions.
yeah. This is my first time running it on atheist though, so it's been an interesting response.
One more thing, Bree. Before you go, tell people about your channel and tell people what you do, because you do some amazing shows and people need to go watch that.
I do live from the Hive on Saturday mornings at 9:30 a.m. Central Standard Time. I talk about usually I'll start off by debunking some kind of woo-woo, Bigfoot, aliens, ghosts, that kind of stuff, videos.
My favorites.
Articles. Yes, I call that cryptic corner. Then I'll do some counter apologetics with a video like Peter was talking about Matt Powell. I've responded to him a bit, and I don't generally respond to that low-hanging fruit, but low-hanging fruit he is. And then I finished up with some science, usually something environmental, to cleanse my palate. And every Saturday I'm there. If you're into any of that kind of stuff, I also cut it up so you don't have to watch the whole show. So there's releases of individual segments through the week. But I'm also active on Twitter. If you want me to identify an animal, a plant, a fungus, out there, if you find something in your house that you're worried might be a dangerous spider or something like that, you can hit me up on Twitter. I'm just Hive Sci out there. So yeah, that's what I do. And yeah, thanks.
One more thing, Bree. You said low-hanging fruit. I like to refer to people like that as bottom of the barrel, and that's where you find people like Kent Hovind. And if you keep scraping the barrel long enough, you get through it, and underneath, you'll find Matt Powell.
Oh, there you go. There you go.
See?
Yeah. All right. Well, it was nice to meet. I think this is my first time on a stage with Tom and Jack and JL. So it was nice to meet you too, guys. And Taco too, I think. Rest of the people.
It's good seeing you, Bree.
Always good seeing you.
You're amazing.
Bumblebee, thank you for joining us, and just let you know we've shared your YouTube channel in both YouTube and Discord audiences. Who's next, Taco?
Godson Illuvinium. I don't know how to say that. Whatever. You're up.
How's it going?
Illuvinomics, I suspect.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Great to talk to you guys.
Did we get your name correct? Godson Illuvinomics?
Yes, you did.
Okay.
Yeah, Godson Illuvinomics. Thank you, guys.
Thank you for joining us.
What you got
Thank
for
you
us
very
today?
much. Okay, so my argument for God is to do it by definition. Since the title of your topic here is Convince Us a Small G God / Small G Goddess exists. So I'll try and do that by definition, and I hope you guys will agree with me that it does. So by definition, if you go to dictionary.com, there's at least 6 examples of God.
Can I stop you right now? So,
Yes.
Are we right away putting God on equal footing as unicorns and pixies and fairies and gnomes? Because if that is what you're trying to do, then yes, we believe that fictional concepts exist.
No.
Okay, continue.
I think he's trying to make the capital G God as the Almighty, the little G God is like
Lower
Zeus
G.
or whatever.
Well, I'm going by your title here, and by
Well,
definition.
if you prefer to talk about a capital G God or capital G Goddess, they do fit in the category of the lowercase ones. You're free to do that.
I'm doing lowercase because the title is a lowercase,
The Christian God is also
definition-
lowercase. The Christian God is also lowercase. Every God is lowercase.
No, Christian God typically
All right,
is
either
uppercase.
present your argument or I'm going to move you back to the audience.
Okay, so I will convince you that God does exist, lowercase. If you go to the
By
definition,
God, the God
of
that we're talking about in your example would probably be the Christian God. So go ahead and present your argument for the Christian God.
I'm giving according to the title.
I'm telling you what to give your argument for. Give your arguments or get off the stage.
Well, just to clarify, we wrote
So
the
you
title.
guys won't engage me
One second,
with convincing you
clarify.
that a God exists.
One second, I want to clarify. So we wrote the title. So when we wrote that
Yes.
word, the intention we made and the intention of the dictionary and the Philosophical Stanford Encyclopedia for all words that spell God, regardless of capitalization, is for
Okay.
any being, including the Christian God, that is like creator of
Okay,
the
but
universe, whatever.
I'm not trying to convince you of the Christian God. I'm trying to convince you by definition.
No.
God.
Okay, hang on. I can resolve this.
We go by definition.
Okay, folks, I'll stop. Okay, he's trying to get through this. He's going for a generic God, I guess.
Yes, definitionally, I'm
Okay.
giving you a definition.
Let's give him his 30 seconds. Let's give him his 30 seconds.
Definitions mean everything.
Stop. We're going to give you about 30 seconds or a minute to speak uninterrupted. Go ahead.
Okay, so would you agree with me that if I can convince you by definition God exists, would you accept that?
No.
You have to put forward the definition.
By definition, if you don't accept God by definition, then your
say yes
acceptance
to
of
it.
God is arbitrary.
Because he could be equivocating, he could be doing all sorts of stuff.
just
right?
because
If I can't convince you by definition that God exists, then your
Godson,
criteria is arbitrary.
Godson, the problem is that you could define a thing as existing and therefore say that it exists. But just because you define a thing as existing, just like in its definition, it exists.
If he equivocates or something,
does not entail that it's
if you
reality.
don't go by
if he
definition,
equivocates or something,
if you
we
don't
can
go by
just point it
definition,
out
what
and
are
tell
you
him what
going
he's
by?
doing. So,
Okay.
Godson, I'm going to let you go full
If it's
volume
not by
again here in a moment.
definition, what standard are you using? Is it arbitrary?
Reality. So definitions are arbitrary. We use definitions to try to correspond.
Definitions
to
are
reality.
arbitrary now. Okay, so
Yes.
by definition, if I present that to you, it's arbitrary because by your own
all definitions are
statement,
arbitrary.
definitions
If
are
your
arbitrary.
argument is not
All
presented in 2
definitions
minutes,
are
I'm removing
arbitrary.
you from the stage.
It's called the
Okay,
natural
so
ambiguity
no
of
one can
language.
convince you of God because you just said definitions are arbitrary.
All definitions are arbitrary. It's called the natural ambiguity of language. It's a law in linguistics. All definitions
Okay.
are arbitrary.
So there you go. You won't accept God because you just said definitions are arbitrary. So any evidence that you receive will be arbitrary according to you.
No, that's not how that works.
What is your argument? Let's just hear your argument. Go for 30 seconds to a minute. Go ahead and present your argument, please.
He's got 30 seconds left.
Just let him give the argument.
My argument is that God exists, lowercase God, by definition. Do you accept that?
No, just give us the argument.
No, that is the argument. This is
God.
why I was going. Okay, he's doing the thing I said he was doing. I didn't think he was, but he is. He's basically saying, look, I could say.
Okay, here it is.
three
Here it is. I'll
equals
go ahead and make the
God,
argument, and then I'll
three
step down. You can
exists,
disagree
God
or agree.
exists.
Okay, God by definition.
All right,
if you go to
it is about to
dictionary.com,
be
it says
time
one.
up. Time's up. Sorry, I gave him 2 minutes to present his argument. We're going to go ahead and pull. What's up?
Well, I just want to say, he's not the first person. I call this a presuppositional deistic argument. It is because I can define a God, it exists, and thus you are defining God into existence. It is a fallacy.
See, I can define the Marklar on planet Marklar. That doesn't mean the Marklar exist.
Yeah. And I'm looking at because he was saying, and just to clarify, I went to dictionary.com, like he said, and I'm looking at the different definitions. There are 5 noun definitions of God and then 1 verb. But none of these entails like one of several deities, especially a male deity presiding over some portion of worldly affairs. Still has to be demonstrated to exist. An image of a deity, an idol, doesn't mean that the thing it represents exists. Any deified person or object. So that's not what we're talking about in that respect, because a nebulous power force imagined to be responsible for one's fate. I don't know where he was going with this. This is very weird. I think Amy's right. I think Amy pegged it from the very beginning.
So I invited up Don't Ask. They're next in queue. All right. If you raise your hand, we'll pull you back up. Humble Millionaire.
Hopefully, Humble Millionaire has a million reasons.
There was a joke last night by Dave Chappelle. He said he got told by Yee, he's like, billionaires don't wear their money on the outside. Chappelle was like, well, you lost $1 billion, so maybe put that chain back out. Yes.
Jib Obdian, you're up next. I invited you up. Latinx people, interesting name, I guess. Invited you up.
Hello, Latinx people.
Hello.
Are we saying your name correctly? Brew, we can't hear you. Your microphone is muted. Okay, audio problems for him.
Okay, sounds like. And then we've got PVQ formula. What's going on?
Mathematics equals Jesus. Welcome.
And if anybody would like to chat with us or has an argument for God, feel free to go ahead and raise your hand. We can go ahead and get you pulled up.
Okay.
That seems quite a few people have run into some audio problems. Hello again. Hello, P not or P and Q, not P Union Q. I'm not sure if I'm reading that right. I'm probably messing it up.
Therefore.
Oh, therefore, thank you. And then there was a cross. Hello, Jib Obdian. How are you?
Is my voice working?
Yeah, you're
yes,
good.
it is.
Ah, fantastic, fantastic.
Yeah,
What you got first?
Your mic is too.
Man. Oh, cool. All right, so I tried asking in the chat earlier because I wanted to hop in, even though I'm a hard atheist. I'm an anti-theist, but I wanted to still ask your guys' quick opinion on the problem of evil and how good of an argument it is to use. And I also wanted to ask why you think it is that theists, even though they have like Jesus as a like this very like moral, altruistic, almost like leftist being in a lot of aspects, that from my perspective anyway, that they kind of go in the opposite direction. They tend to be very egotistical in a way, and they tend to not be altruistic, I see, because they just want to bring people into the religion. So that's why they go out and like do like food drives, and they essentially have like underhanded tactics to bring people into religion when the religion itself should bring people in. If that was coherent, I feel like that was a little rambly.
Problem of evil is a great argument against gods who claim to be perfectly good, because there's a contradiction between a perfectly good God who's able to prevent evil but doesn't. So it's a good argument. Why Christians use underhanded tactics have nothing to do with the Christians. It's basic evolution. If there's an ideology that uses specific tactics that's more successful, then that ideology will be promoted, independent of the intentions of the individual. So most Christians help people because they want to help people, and they want to convert people as a separate desire, and they just happen to have the opportunity to do both at the same time, and those kinds of organizations are more successful than the ones that don't. And so that's why those kinds of organizations are the ones that prosper, not because it's like a deliberate, intentional manipulation by Christians. It just happens to be that combination is more successful.
Does it oh, sorry, go on.
Oh no, I just want to add, I agree with everything TJump just said. I just want to add on that the moral argument doesn't seem to have a lot of weight in atheist circles because of how the skeptics tend to deal with things. But in theist circles, it tends to be an extremely persuasive argument. In fact, I would say science, when it doesn't seem to be the same bludgeon that it is for us, and it tends to be the philosophical, moral quandaries that really move them.
Yeah, Epicurus is famous for talking about all of this. And I'll quote him here. He says, "Is God willing to prevent evil, but not able? Then he is not omnipotent, all-powerful. Is he able, but not willing? Then he is malevolent. Is he both able and willing? Then whence cometh evil? Is he neither able nor willing? Why call him God?" He's basically ripped the whole idea to shreds.
I really like the way you word it, because I try using the argument from evil pretty often when I get into these discussions. And something I noticed too is I'll watch street preachers try to perform as well, and I figure, if you're trying to bring people in, it would be a lot better if you tried to bring up like, oh, the positive tenets. But nearly every video that I come across is them being like, oh, being a homosexual means you're gonna go to hell, or even the really crazy ones are when they go to like Comic-Con, which is really frequently, and they're like somehow dressing up as Mario means you're gonna go to hell. Wahoo!
Those words that I just quoted are not my own, just so you know. Those are from Epicurus. If you want to know more about him, that's spelled Epicurus, in case you're curious to know more. He'd probably be an interesting philosopher for you to look into.
Yeah, let me just type that in real quick so I don't forget.
Yes.
E-P-I-Q. Wait, what was it?
It starts with epic. E-P-I-C-U-R-U-S.
U-S.
Yeah, Epicurus.
I'm gonna check that guy out for sure.
Yeah, I think you'll find him very interesting because you liked the quote that I just read.
Yeah, and I do appreciate you guys having me on, even though I'm like an atheist. I know this is more for like the theists to ask questions, but it's like I'm like, holy cow, like Randolph's here, TJumps here, Amy Newman's here. Holy shit, I gotta pop on. I gotta say stuff.
Well, thank you so much, and all these people are interesting people. I suggest you look into TJump and JL Warren as well, and everybody. Jack Burton, I don't think he has a YouTube channel, but if he did, I'd be promoting it as well. Maybe someday. But no, we greatly appreciate it. And it's mostly theists who come on the stage, but we do get people who are not theists as well, atheists, and in your case, you're an anti-theist, and we appreciate having all these different perspectives. Thank you very much for coming on. We're really glad that you're here.
Thank you.
Yes, send that love.
And Randolph, you were helping him out in case he was epic curious.
Which I am every day.
If anybody here has an argument for God, feel free to raise your hand. We'd be happy to have you up here. I'm pulling the formula guy back up.
Hello, welcome. How do we pronounce your name?
P or Q, not P, therefore Q. Hey, Tom, do you think that moral statements are propositional?
Yes.
Such that at least one moral proposition is true?
That's the definition of moral realism.
All right, so you're a moral realist.
Yes.
So do you think that these moral propositions are different from other true propositions?
No.
No? Well, do you think that that there's some sort of reason givingness when we talk about moral propositions?
It's irrelevant.
How is that irrelevant?
It's like if you're asking for a truth maker, it depends on your definition. It's just philosophical gibberish. Do you have an actual question?
I'm not asking for a truth maker. I don't think you understand the question. Like when we talk
I
about
do,
normativity,
but you're just philosophical gibberish. Make an actual
it's
argument.
not gibberish at all.
It is.
Yeah, so I think you need to read more. You talk about normativity. We talk about like moral norms, epistemic norms.
Do you have an argument?
They're not very different from other norms, right?
Do you have an argument?
So I'm asking, is there a metaphysical queerness objection you're making? It doesn't
Do you have
seem
an
like it.
argument?
Yeah, I do have an argument.
What's your argument?
Yeah. Yeah, well, my argument is that if you're rejecting moral norms, I'm just going to give you companions of guilt argument.
What?
If you're rejecting that moral norms are exemplify some sort of reason givingness and that they're categorical.
Philosophical gibberish, you can go bother the philosophical papers. None of that is relevant. None of that is an objection.
Tom, why do you always do this? You can't really engage.
Because I've destroyed your argument. Your argument is just gibberish.
Yeah, I didn't give it an argument. I was asking you a question.
Yes,
I didn't give you an
gibberish.
argument. Yeah.
Philosophical gibberish.
It's not gibberish. I'm asking you a
If you can't make a coherent question, you lose. It's that simple. Nothing you said is relevant. Nothing you said is an objection. Nothing you said has
how is it
anything to do with my
incoherent?
position.
No, Tom, I'm not going to let you dodge. How is it incoherent?
You're done. If you don't ask a coherent question, you're just going to get kicked.
I'm not going to let you dodge.
You're done.
How is it
Kick him out. Kick him out. He's gone.
This is why you lost the debate.
Thank you for coming up. We've got Boomer Stein up next.
What a disaster that turned into.
Boomer Stein's a deist.
I think he's been on before, and he specifically comes onto the stage to go after TJump.
Yeah, he does it a bunch, actually. Yeah. He's done it quite a few times.
Well, it's fine if he actually makes a coherent argument. Like if he's just going to do philosophical gibberish, he just loses instantly.
That's why I just let it go. I just let it go until TJumps said, "Get rid of him."
I think that's what TJumps said. I think that's what you said the last time he was up.
Same thing. Yep. He comes up here a lot. Yep.
What's up, Boomer?
Yo, what's up?
Welcome. Hey, what do you got first today?
I only got 2 things for you guys, so I'll make it quick. First thing is do any of you reject the idea that deism versus atheism is a matter of opinion?
What does that even mean?
I'm asking you. Ah, man, I knew this would be bait for you. T-Jump, I knew you'd jump on this one. Is it not a matter of opinion whether or not you're a deist or an atheist?
Sure it is. Well, unless you think that beliefs are determined, in which case, not necessarily.
No, I don't think you can choose your beliefs.
Right, then then it wouldn't necessarily be an opinion. It's a fact of the matter that you happen to be a deist or an atheist. It's not your choice.
I mean, a matter of opinion on whether or not you're going to choose one or the other. Does anyone reject that? Essentially, what seems more logical to you personally?
I see atheism as something that comes naturally because people aren't believing. Deism would be more in line with being a choice for many people.
I would reject that idea because, I mean, you see this with, I mean, you can argue it's naturalistic, but you don't have a lot of proof for that. Even in,
the requirement to believe something is having some conceptualization of what it is one's believing in. And if we start without these concepts, then the fact is that we just don't believe in it because it's not possible to believe without having that understanding first. That's where I see atheism comes in naturally.
I mean, if you want to appeal to like naturalism, you can say that most people will naturally assume that they have a creator. Which I mean, we do. We have our parents. Like, where do natural?
So, in order for that to work, you have to take the position that people are born with an intrinsic concept that deities, of what a deity, what a god or goddess is. And there are people who, in the world, that just don't. Like, you even look at the Paraha people in the Amazon rainforest, they don't even have the word in their language for gods or goddesses. It's just
but Randolph, you're arguing the opposite and then saying I can't do the same.
Well, what is your argument? You haven't presented an argument.
Exactly that on the other end.
What is your
argument? Are you claiming that people are born with an intrinsic concept of a god or goddess? Because
I'm rejecting your idea that everyone's born without one.
Okay, what is your argument? Let's stop with the definitions. What is your argument? You've just been asking definitional questions which are completely irrelevant. What's your argument?
Okay, so that basically my whole thing was asking you guys whether or not you think it's a matter of opinion. That was the whole thing. Secondly, my second thing was, yo, T-Jump, Taco, Amy, why the fuck do you guys love to talk over people so much? What's like your issue with communicating with people, man?
I don't have one. I just stop people when they say gibberish.
You seem to.
Do you have any? Like, it seems like you don't have anything relevant to say.
I'd like to know why you think what it is. Like, if you think we're not born without a belief or even a concept of what deities are, then like, what have you got to present to counter that? Like,
also, I was going to say, it's the nature of just online discourse. I think that everyone tries to fight against it. I know when I catch myself doing it, I try to cut myself off or mute myself. But I do think it is just the nature of online conversation. You're just being an a-hole if you do it purposefully. But I think that if you are having good conversations, that's the ultimate goal.
Okay, but Randolph, you don't get to just say everyone's born without the concept and then just leave it at that. We don't really know.
Well, it seems to be the case because the first exposure for me for the concept of a deity was from somebody else telling me. Now, granted, there are some people in the world who've created their own deities and may have had no influence before. I'm not going to discount that possibility. It must have been the case, it seems. But, there are people who believe in multiple goddesses and gods. There are people who believe in only one. And then there are people who don't believe in any. And again, are you disagreeing with my point that perhaps you're disagreeing with my point that in order to believe in something, one must first have a concept of what that is that they're believing in?
Well, that's just arbitrary because I can say the exact same thing about like rejection of a god.
No. I've made a logical statement here about that. So, are you agreeing or disagreeing with my statement that one must first have a concept of something before they can believe in it?
I think you need to have a concept.
And I'd like to Boomerstein. I'd like to
Peter,
Randolph.
Peter, Peter, please stop because Boomerstein was just starting to answer my question. Just give him a sec to answer, okay?
I think that yes, people
just wanted to confirm Randolph's position because I didn't have the entire God concept until I was in my 20s.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to answer it first. Is that I think people need to have like, they need to understand it in order to have an opinion on it. But like you can gain knowledge about something just by like conceiving of it in your own head. Like, I mean, that's.
So you're changing the wording of what I stated. I'll state it again. Because William Lane Craig uses this little bit of sophistry, by the way, on a regular basis. So, and he's been caught doing it many times. What I said was, in order to believe in something, one must logically, and I'm adding the word logically here, have some kind of concept of what that is they're believing in. Now, to clarify, it doesn't have to be a full, complete, exhaustive, conceptualized.
Okay, I can agree with that.
Okay, you agree with that.
Because I don't actually know.
So now.
I don't know William.
Hey,
Okay.
Randolph, your mic is really, really loud. Can you lower it?
I'll lower it.
50%.
Okay, give me just
right there.
Right
I'll
here.
say I don't know William Lane Craig, but you adding the logical entailment, I'm fine with that. I can agree with that.
Sure. Yeah. Okay. So that's good. Yeah, he's a
like 50% lower, please.
Okay, give me a sec. He is a philosopher. So what happens is I have. So I'm wondering now. You agree with that logical point that I just made? So that is an obvious requirement of reality. We can't get around that. That's logic. So I'm glad you agree with that. Now, if that's the case, then where are we getting these concepts from? Are you kind of implying that we are born with these concepts? I'm going to adjust my volume while you respond to me.
Well, I tend to go with environmentalism over like people get things from other people. I don't necessarily know where they're coming from originally, but I think a lot of culture just comes from people. I mean, I don't know if that's like what you mean exactly.
Are we born with the beliefs? Like the cuckoo bird, the cuckoo bird, it's when it's born, it immediately pushes out the other eggs in the nest. Like, do we have inbuilt this like belief set in our brain that God exists when we're born? That's what he's asking?
Oh, I don't think that. I just don't think it's fair to say the other end also, though. I don't think it's fair to say that no one's born with an intrinsic concept.
Why? That seems like a very good inductive argument, given that consciousness doesn't exist and then it does exist. So how could it possibly exist prior to its own existence?
Well, we don't exactly have people born into a vacuum other than random groups of people who don't have words for gods. Like, they're not exactly the majority. We don't have this perfect example of someone born inside of a white cube and we ask them whether or not they think God is real or if there's a creator. So I think it's questionable to say that people don't have an intrinsic value and also saying people have an intrinsic value. I think both statements are too loaded to make a complete statement on.
I think we have a pretty good history of human evolution, and we can say that the earliest religions happened 6 to 10,000 years ago. Prior to that, there weren't any. Like, there's pretty good evidence that there's a structure to which they come about in society.
Okay, if you want to talk history, I can talk history. I know my history well enough to do that. Is that we don't have archaeological evidence of organized religion. You have to make a distinction between whether or not cavemen believed in some sky daddy or whether or not people had an organized religion. What you're talking about is Egyptian organized religion as the first one we have archaeological evidence for.
Well, no, we have no evidence of any religion prior to this.
Yeah, and again, that's also we don't have archaeological evidence of an organized religion. It's the only thing we can get evidence for.
Right, so
we have religions predating the Egyptians.
If you're talking
Randolph, we
about
can't hear you.
those statues from the Nords, are you?
Ra-
That's
Randolph, we
not
can't hear you. Your mic is very low.
okay. Now his mic's too low.
No, Randolph. We can't hear Randolph.
Yeah, that's what he was saying. And now
Yeah, no.
Randolph's mic is too low.
Randolph,
You're really
from too
low
loud.
now, Randolph.
Quiet.
Yeah.
Is this
you
better?
Barely.
Yeah, that's way better.
Yeah, that's better.
Okay, thanks, guys. I went 50% was way too low then. So Boomer's saying, my original point was is that people are born without beliefs in deities and other things because they don't have concepts of it. I think we made progress because you acknowledged and agreed with the logic that supports this observation. Now, in order for you to then turn around and say that it can be both, now you're going to have to demonstrate the contradiction of the logical statement, or demonstrate that people actually are born with these beliefs somehow. From what I observe, it doesn't seem to be the case that anybody's born with any beliefs. These are either learned culturally or environmentally, as you stated, which I agree with, or they have to create them on their own.
And that's what I'm talking about. I'm saying that. Well, would you consider creating on your own because I'm not talking about specific deities. I'm talking about general theism and deism. I'm like saying a general creator idea. You can come up with that on your own.
Yeah, people can. Well, somebody obviously came up with the idea of a creator deity at some point. So at least one person in the world has done this. There's multiple religions, and I think people will easily agree, even religious people, that the other religions, those were created and those are fictitious, right? So we hear that all the time. Even the Bible states that. So I think it's just because somebody creates it doesn't mean that they were born with that idea. They may have created that idea later in their life. I'd be very surprised if a 2-day-old baby created the idea of a deity. That just would seem out of line.
When you say created on your when you originally said
conceptualized,
you're born without, I misunderstood what you meant.
I should have used the word conceptualized. Sorry, carry on.
Yeah, because I think that you're not born with the idea, but as time goes on, you can come up with your own personal deity. I mean, you can comprehend reality and try to determine, I don't think you're born with that. I think you need to be, at least semi-developed in order to do it. But
yeah, I agree with that.
I think I misunderstood your terminology. I'll apologize.
No problem. I appreciate that. You don't need to apologize. These conversations are about working these kind of things out. So, I think people conceptualize them once they have enough intellectual acuity, then that is an optional thing for people to do. Again, though, the vast majority of people, it seems, are learning it rather than conceptualizing it on their own.
That's fair. That's a fair statement to make. But I think that there is definitely a contingent of people who are able to, perceive of another, of a deity.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Okay, then I guess we're done. You can throw me back down, Taco.
Thanks, Boomerstein. It was a good conversation. I appreciate that.
Boomer.
So I'm left not convinced of a deity after that, but I think it was good to hash that out.
Do y'all want to talk to Andre again? He's in the queue again.
Sure.
Agamemnon.
Bring him up. Let's see what's going on.
Hey, what's up, guys? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome back.
Yeah, thanks for letting me be on the stage again.
No worries.
So, unfortunately, I wasn't able to finish the argument when I was on the stage earlier. Somebody was talking about the problem of evil, and I think the problem of evil is actually a problem for the atheist, not for the theist. It's actually very strong confirmatory evidence for theism over atheism. Well, first of all, because theism predicts that there should be something like suffering or evil in the world. But naturalism or atheism doesn't. And I think you guys have pretty much agreed with the other atheist, with the other agnostic who said that, just naturalism, evolutionary theory just can't predict consciousness. And if it doesn't predict consciousness, then it can't predict that there should be something like suffering.
Well, hold up. So general theism does not predict suffering. So that's false.
Yeah, great. Actually, general theism doesn't, which is an excellent point. But Christian theism does. And that's why the existence of evil is strong confirmatory evidence of Christian theism over any other. It's not just confirmatory evidence over atheism, but it confirms Christianity.
You say predict, I think you really mean like a post-hoc rationalization.
It is. This was pointed out last time he was on the stage. This is all post-hoc.
Yeah, that's fine. So you can say that I'm retrodicting.
I
so you
need
can
you
say
to
I'm
concede the difference between a
retrodicting.
prediction. Yeah, so that's not prediction. Okay.
Okay, so you can say I'm retrodicting, but the point is that Christian theism is still compatible, and in fact, if you adopt that there's such a thing as a Christian deity, then it just follows from that there should be such a thing as great suffering and evil in the world.
That depends upon how you define the Christian God.
Well, if you take Genesis to be true, that is. The main thrust of Genesis is that humanity didn't want God to be fully present in creation. And if you take evil to be an absence of good, and if God is not fully present in creation, then there's a possibility that there's going to be natural evil in the world.
True, but that's not a universal interpretation of Genesis. So
well, let me just finish the full argument, though.
No, but
those are like natural good and divine good.
What you're describing, Agamemnon, is a version of is literally a one of many interpretations of what Genesis was trying to say.
Oh, great. But
okay,
I'm just speaking about the standard Roman Catholic interpretation.
How do you justify your hermeneutic over anybody else's?
Yeah, I'm talking about the standard. So that's even better, because then that's just strong confirmatory evidence of the standard Roman Catholic interpretation of the story of Genesis, specifically the Aquinas interpretation, which is like Aquinas is responsible for some of the doctrines of the Catholic Church. So then this is strong confirmatory evidence. Yeah. So this is strong confirmatory evidence for Roman Catholicism over atheism or any other worldview. So the way it is that...
One sec. It would be if there was no suffering, like we had a world with nothing, and then you looked at Christianity and said, well, if you look at potential worlds, if they have suffering, this would be evidence of this hypothesis. But like everyone else said, because we already start with a world with suffering, simply taking a hypothesis that includes suffering is not strong confirmatory evidence.
Well, no, if you take some of the presuppositions of the Christian worldview, specifically the Roman Catholic worldview, it just follows naturally from that there should be great suffering in the world.
Well, no, that doesn't matter, because that would only be evidence if you started with a nothing and then looked at a world and found suffering. But since we start with a world that already has suffering and this worldview was constructed in that world, then it's not strong confirmatory evidence because it's post-hoc, like everyone said. It's an anthropocentric fallacy. Like if we start with a world that has life and you say, well, I have a hypothesis that includes life, therefore seeing a world with life is strong confirmatory evidence of my hypothesis. It's actually not if you start with a world with life and that worldview was constructed in that world.
I disagree, because I take evidence to be anything that raises the probability of a certain hypothesis being true. So if there's an observation which is explained by certain phenomena, if you guys are not going to let me finish again,
let him talk
then I'm
for a
just going to
moment,
get off the
Xerxes. Just let him talk, and then you can talk after he finishes saying what he's saying.
I started talking after T-Jump finished, and then he just jumped into it and didn't listen to me.
I just feel like this is dogpiling. So
I'm
I have
just
to respond point by point.
You and I have literally had this conversation before. I've told you
so
that
I think I'm going to get off the
especially
stage.
Christian theism, there's nothing, there's no state of affairs that you wouldn't expect under Christian theism, because God's omnipotent and he can do anything he wants for any reason he wants. Every state of affairs has a prior probability above zero if God exists. There's no expectation under theism.
Yeah. So you're saying if there's just suffering in the world, that would still be compatible with theism? There's no joy, there's nothing, just suffering?
Yeah, there's no reason why it wouldn't be.
So then you're conceding the argument from evil is not a good argument against the existence of God.
Correct.
Only if you define God in such a way wherein he's logically incompatible with the existence of evil, and you accept that evil exists, but you don't define God in that way, so no.
So the argument from evil is a non-starter?
It's not the argument from evil, it's the logical problem of evil. You've already conceded.
So the logical problem of evil is non-starter?
You concede that God is not omnibenevolent, and therefore the logical problem of evil does not apply.
Well, I never considered God is not omnipotent, but I would
Yeah, well,
like
you
to
defined it in a way that's
finish my
meaningless.
argument. I
He
would
said
like to finish my
omnibenevolent.
argument.
You defined it in a way that is meaningless.
Okay. If I'm not able to finish my argument, I guess there's no point that I'm going to be
Quit
on the
bitching.
stage. So yeah, okay.
This is
You
just
can
meta
present
narrative.
your argument if you have one. Well, we
Yeah,
won't
I
interrupt you.
tried to do it, but
Every time I
without being
back him into a
interrupted.
corner,
But
he
I'm
runs
interrupted
away.
by like
Okay,
3 different
everybody
people.
here, stop talking for a moment. Let him present his argument and then respond. If you start
Okay.
talking when he's presenting his syllogism, I'm going to mute you.
Okay. Okay. Great. Thanks. So Christian theism is the idea, well, specifically the Roman Catholic interpretation is that of Genesis is that humanity didn't want God to be fully present in creation. And then if God is not fully present and evil is just an absence of good, then the Roman Catholic interpretation explains why there's such a thing as evil in the world. On the other hand, its alternatives cannot. In fact, its alternatives are completely incompatible with the existence of evil. And therefore, if we observe evil and Roman Catholicism can explain it, the alternatives cannot, then evil is evidence for Roman Catholicism over its alternatives.
Okay, so that's false because it would be when you say it cannot explain it, any worldview can explain it after it's known. And so if the only advantage theism would have here is that it explains it a priori to knowing the data. So because you have a hypothesis that expects potatoes, you look into the world, there's a potato, then that hypothesis would have an advantage because it predicted it before we knew it. But any worldview that looks at the potato and then makes up a hypothesis to explain the potato is going to explain that there's a potato there. Same thing applies to suffering. So evolution explains suffering after we know it, just like God explains suffering after we know it. And so there's no advantage there between theism or atheism.
Well, the problem is that evolutionary theory doesn't at all explain suffering, because the only way evolutionary theory can explain suffering would be that if evolution either predicts or retrodicts suffering.
Well, no, to explain it, all you have to do
doesn't
is
do any of that.
Well, no, it doesn't have to be a prediction or a retrodiction. You can have any ad hoc explanation that this exists in the universe, like God did it.
Retrodiction is ad hoc.
Well, that's fine. So the retrodiction that God did it and the retrodiction that evolution did it are equally as ad hoc. There's no difference there.
Well, no, because for you to say that evolutionary theory can ad hoc explain consciousness, you would have to say that there's a viable model under which evolutionary theory would entail consciousness.
No, I do not.
However,
That's
evolutionary theory doesn't entail consciousness.
Well, that's false.
In fact, it's completely incompatible with the existence of consciousness.
False. So the first thing you said was false. I don't need a version that entails suffering. I just need to say it can be possibly. That's logically possible to explain how suffering can exist.
Well, it's not even logically possible.
Well, it is logically possible. There's no logical contradiction. Therefore, it's logically possible.
I mean, I can give you a 30-second logical contradiction.
Stop interrupting. So any assertion that God could create it is equally as ad hoc or have any problems that any other arbitrary ontology could create it. There's no advantage of a God magically creating it to any other ontology magically creating it. So no, any problems that you assert post-hoc or retrodicts that from one worldview to post-hoc explain any phenomenon will apply to all worldviews. That's why that's not evidence of anything. No one cares if you can make up an explanation.
Well, if that is true, then the argument from evil against God's existence is a non-starter, because just means that all hypotheses explain the data equally well.
Well, no, they can all make up explanations to explain the data. Yes, the argument from evil is a self-contradiction in the Christian worldview. That's the argument. It's not about saying that God can't explain evil. It's about saying that a God who is all good would prevent evil more likely than not, and therefore it's more likely that a God who's all powerful and all good would not allow evil. So the fact that it can make up an explanation, yeah, obviously, no one's claiming there's a logical contradiction there, except like me in certain contexts. But so obviously you can make up an explanation to try to make evil explained by the God hypothesis, but that doesn't matter to the argument. No one cares.
I guess I'm not following. So are you saying there's no logical problem of evil? Or are you saying there's a logical problem of evil?
Well, I like the logical problem.
Yes.
I like it a lot. But most of the problem of evil in general...
you just said that every single hypothesis is completely compatible with the existence of evil.
Sure, as long as you don't have a logical contradiction, like saying God would not create evil and there is evil. That would create a logical contradiction.
Okay. That's a great point. As long as there's no logical contradiction, but there's a logical contradiction between the existence of suffering and evolutionary theory.
The two things are
There's
not
no.
Wait,
connected.
what is that? What is the logical contradiction with evolution and suffering?
Well, just that identity theory, the idea that conscious states are identical to some brain process is false. It can be demonstrated to lead to a logical contradiction.
Well, that's false. But suppose it was true. That's not the only hypothesis of evolution. So evolution isn't identical to identitarianism, and so that doesn't make a difference anyway.
Yeah. Well, the problem with all the other views is that they entail epiphenomenalism, which is the idea that mental states can't cause any physical states.
There's about
you're just saying no.
There's 82 different versions of like how consciousness works in physicalism, saying it's all epiphenomenalism. Like, no.
Epiphenomenalism. Dude's like Canadian Catholic 2.0.
He's not as bad as Canadian Catholic.
Yeah, I don't think he ever did.
I can give you a 30-second argument. I can give you a 30-second argument.
Agamemnon, we've already broken down how consciousness, how our minds, our brains are a result of evolution. And just because our brains can be, and if our consciousness, if our elevated ability to reason, which is a part of our consciousness, if our ability to reason was a survival trait that allowed us to outsurvive our fellow competitors, then yes, evolution predicts that. Doesn't predict specific traits. It just predicts the ones that improve survivability. So if our consciousness, which we have determined is probably the primary reason why we outsurvived our competitors, then yes, evolution does predict for that because it predicts for survivable traits. So that's all that is.
Well, that's JL. He's arguing that it's logically impossible. So evolution can't predict something that's logically impossible.
Agree. I would agree with that. Yeah.
That's
but I'm
exactly,
trying to see where he's making
the point.
Just because human beings evolved consciousness that helped us to survive, which is predicted by evolution. Just because we have the brains we have and we're able to arbitrarily define a particular phenomena as suffering, which is arbitrary and subjective in and of itself, how are you making that leap? The two they're not even in the same field.
Well, I think that's the part.
I don't think the existence of suffering is subjective. Yeah.
Wait.
So first of all, I want to make 2 points. The 2 points is TJump has already conceded that the logical argument from evil is a non-starter because he said that I can give a viable account of how evil and God can coexist. As soon as you can see that, then you're conceding the logical argument from evil.
God could just be evil. So, but go give us your argument.
But I'm talking about the Roman Catholic account.
It doesn't matter.
You can see that is viable.
If you define the God, Xerxes already pointed out that you adhere to a specific definition of God where the logical problem of evil is not an issue. Because if you don't define your God as omnibenevolent, then if you don't define it that way, then yes, if the God is capable, if the God is essentially dystheism, a malevolent or a deceptive God, then the logical problem of evil is not a problem because it doesn't apply to that. It's an internal critique of a God that is defined as omnibenevolent.
Well, so the logical problem isn't quite. So my logical problem goes like this: drowning babies when not required, or just drowning babies ever, is immoral necessarily. Any God that drowns babies is therefore immoral, and so there's a logical contradiction with an all-good God that would drown babies. Therefore, the Christian God as defined in the Bible is logically impossible to be good. But
yeah,
I
began the whole discussion in the context of the Roman Catholic God, who's omnibenevolent and omnipotent. So
you don't have a meaningful definition of the word omnibenevolence.
If you can concede that I can give a viable account of how evil exists under such a God, then you're just conceding there's no logical problem.
I just posted a video in the chat of you conceding this very point to me because your argument is naturalism can't explain suffering, i.e. evil, because it can't explain consciousness. And then I asked you, how does God explain consciousness? And you admitted that God cannot explain consciousness because consciousness is just a brute fact of God's nature. And therefore, just a brute fact of... No, it's on the video. Don't fucking lie. People are going to go look at the receipt.
So
I wasn't
the
done.
specific fact that God is conscious
wasn't done, Andre. You said in that video, God cannot explain consciousness. It's just a brute fact of his nature. Therefore, it's just a brute fact of reality. So God doesn't explain suffering any better than naturalism does, according to the argument that you made. So evil does not positively indicate the existence of any particular God, especially not the Roman Catholic one. So why don't you give us a meaningful definition of omnibenevolent?
Perfectly good.
Okay, sure. I can start with that, but afterwards I have to move on to why evolutionary theory is inconsistent with suffering. So,
Why do you have to
so
disprove
I have a
evolution
concept. My
to prove your
concept of a
theory?
god
I
is a
don't-
Roman Catholic
Things
god.
aren't even connected.
Wait, no, that's the argument I asked.
Am
I
I
asked him. I
able
asked him
to
to
respond?
Wait. I asked him to give the argument. He said that suffering was logically impossible to be with evolution, and I want him to give that argument, which is what he tried to say before. That's the thing he's said he was going to tell us.
All right.
Okay, sure. I can start with that. Okay. Yeah. So the only way you can get suffering under naturalism would be either identity theory or some type of emergentism.
Nope.
So identity theory is the idea that consciousness is identical to a brain process. Well, the problem with that is that it's false. Because if
what is the
consciousness
logical
is identical,
contradiction? So the first problem is you can't just give two alternatives and say these are the only two. That's false. There's lots of different alternatives. I could just say consciousness is a physical quantum field.
well,
or something.
these
But
are the two
what is-
broad
what is-
categories.
No, that's false. There are lots more than two categories. But what is the logical contradiction
Sure.
with evolution creating suffering?
Well, that's what I'm trying to explain when you cut me off. So,
evolution
so the
doesn't
logical
entail
contradiction
physicalism.
would be
Wait. Evolution doesn't entail physicalism. Evolution doesn't entail epiphenomenalism. Evolution doesn't entail identitarianism. So none of the things that you listed are actually entailed in evolution.
Are you saying evolution doesn't presuppose naturalism?
No, there's theists who think evolution is true. Evolution doesn't
but
presuppose
but
anything.
presumably you think the mechanisms of evolution are natural.
Sure. There are people who think God is natural.
So if you think the mechanisms of evolution is natural and there's nobody to guide it, I'm saying, well, you can't have anything like suffering.
So you're saying that.
So
wait. So you're saying that evolution, when unguided
am
by
I
a
able
mind,
to give the argument?
One sec. So you're saying that evolution, when unguided by a mind, can't logically produce suffering? Is that your argument?
Yeah.
Why? Like anything?
Yeah. The only way you can get a mind. Sorry. The only way you can get suffering is by assuming that consciousness is fundamental to the universe, which I take to be a non-naturalist view.
Well, that's just logically false. Like anything that you can assume is fundamental, you can also assume is an emergent property. So, no.
No, I mean by fundamental, I just mean it's not emergent. It's just fundamental.
Right.
Exists prior to
I
any
know.
physical stuff.
I know. That's why I said when you assume anything is fundamental, you could also assume it's emergent, which means not fundamental, and that's equally as likely. So any fundamental thing you think is fundamental could be a composite. There's no logical contradiction there. So anything that you think is fundamental could logically be an emergent property of something else.
Well, I think that's the logical contradiction.
How is it a logical contradiction to say that the thing you think is fundamental is actually a composite of smaller things?
Well, because by fundamental, I just mean it's not composed of smaller things, and it's not.
I understand.
It's just
I understand your definition, but if there is a particular entity, consciousness, for example, and you think it's fundamental, which means you think it's not composed of smaller things, there is no logical contradiction with you being wrong and it's actually composed of smaller things. The fact that you define it as fundamental is irrelevant. Your definitions are arbitrary. So for anything that you think is fundamental, there is no logical contradiction with you being wrong and it actually being a composite.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm starting with the definition. If you say that my definition is incoherent, I don't understand. Are you saying my definition is incoherent, or what exactly is the counter argument? Because you still haven't allowed me to give the argument.
So you said it's logically impossible for an unguided evolution without a mind to produce suffering. And you said the reason for this was because consciousness is fundamental.
No, I never. Yes, consciousness is fundamental. You cannot get consciousness if, like, as an emergent property, or as it cannot be identical to any type of physical and natural process.
Right, and my counter argument to that is like there is no logical contradiction with getting consciousness as an emergent property. Just like there's no logical contradiction.
But you haven't allowed me to give the argument yet. Right, so that's what we disagree about. But you haven't allowed me.
I thought that was the argument. So go ahead.
I
thought that was the argument.
No, that's not the argument. So the argument is either identity theory is true, that its consciousness is, identical to some physical phenomenon, or it's some type of emergent property. Well, if it's identical to physical phenomenon, we know that to be false, because when I think about my own mental states, well, if consciousness is just identical to a physical process, then I should be thinking about a physical process. And
You
yet,
are, so problem
apparently,
solved.
I'm not thinking about a physical process because
The hell is this
when I think
semantic
about my own
gibberish?
consciousness, the only thing that I'm experiencing when I'm introspecting, the only thing I'm experiencing are subjective properties. I'm not able to do any sort of neuroscience through introspection. I can't discover action potentials. I can't discover, anything physical about my brain.
This is not a compelling
So
argument.
that means identity theory is false.
Well, no, that's just not a
That's a
compelling
lie.
argument. Well, so the problem is that you're just cherry picking particular arguments that particular people in philosophy like that no one else in philosophy accepts and saying, haha, proof. Like, okay, if you think that's a
Wait,
compelling argument,
what is the reason why they don't accept it?
Because it just could be false. There's no logical contradiction with you just being wrong.
Why?
Why could it be false? Because it could be the case that consciousness is identical to physical states, and you just don't understand how your conceptualization relates to those physical states. So your inability.
Okay, so I guess I'm gonna put it into premise conclusion format to see which premise you deny.
Okay.
If you don't mind.
Go for it.
So premise one would be consciousness is identical to neurochemical process in your brain. Premise two, when you think about consciousness, you should be thinking about a neurochemical process. Conclusion. Premise three.
Yeah, you need a third premise.
Yeah, premise three. When you think about consciousness, you're not thinking about a neurochemical state. Conclusion. Consciousness is not a neurochemical process.
Premise this is like Hillary Putnam's water argument. This is stupid ass semantic externalism.
So premise
this isn't
three,
even a neuroscientific argument.
Premise three would be wrong. When you're thinking about consciousness, you actually are thinking about physical states. You just don't realize it.
We would go back.
Okay.
So
wait. So you
Andre.
think that when you think when you think about consciousness, you're actually thinking about like action potentials, neuronal brain patterns instead of like subjective experiences?
Yeah. So when you think of subjective experiences, your brain has a composite of that idea, and when you actually break it down to its core components, you're actually just thinking about action potentials. You just don't realize it.
But by neurochemical processes, I mean like neurochemistry. Like I'm talking about a collection of chemistry. Yeah, I'm not talking about like individual chemical states. I'm talking about like a whole collection.
I understand. So I'm saying that the way your thoughts work, the way you envision something in your brain is actually you thinking about neurochemical states, but your brain is doing it in such a complex way. So, I mean, like you're actually thinking about the neurons firing, but it's doing it in such a complex way that it produces this vision of complex ideas like consciousness. So the ideas that you envision you're thinking about, like qualia, can actually be broken down to ideas of neuron potential that you just don't realize you're having. And there's no logical contradiction with that.
So you think I'm thinking about subjective properties instead of the actual like physical properties?
No, you're thinking of the physical properties, but that combines in such a way that it produces a collection idea of this subjective properties. So the idea here is that your ideas of consciousness can be reduced to ideas of potential energy states in neurons, and you just don't realize it.
Okay. So can you tell me how you can reduce a quality to a quantity?
Nope, I don't have to though, because it's not a logical contradiction.
Oh, there is a logical contradiction in trying to reduce a quality to a quantity.
No, there's not.
Specifically, you could never, even hypothetically in principle, reduce a quality to a quantity.
Nope, that's begging the question from idealists. Idealists are wrong about that.
No, I'm gonna give you an argument.
It doesn't
Qualities
matter. I'm just going to go back to what I said.
Andre.
Wait, so
Andre,
am I not allowed to give the argument then?
Oh my God, you've been given an argument and you keep getting smacked down every single time. This is easy enough to explain.
Well, no, there's a disagreement.
And it's easy enough to clear the fuck up. All right.
Okay.
When you think about water, are you thinking about the molecular compound 2 hydrogen and 1 oxygen?
Well, of course I'm not.
No.
I mean, depends on if I was in the Middle Ages, then I wouldn't. I would be thinking about.
Well, hold on. We're not there
like
yet.
The superficial qualities.
Andre,
but
Andre,
now,
we're not
if
there
you ask
yet.
me if I think about water,
just answer the question, dude. Stop filibustering.
Well, it's not a yes or no question. It depends on.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. When you personally, Andre, Agamemnon, think about water, are you thinking about the molecular compound, 2 parts hydrogen and 1 part oxygen?
Yes, I am.
Okay. John the farmer from 1725, is he thinking about that when he thinks of water?
No, he's just thinking of the superficial qualities.
Okay, so he's not aware of the fact that water is H2O.
Yes, he's not
So
aware of
maybe
the fact that
you're
water
just
is
not
H2O.
aware of the fact that neurochemical processes are in fact what you're referring to when you say consciousness, just like Farmer John in 1725 is not aware of the fact that when he refers to water, what he's talking about is 2 parts hydrogen, 1 part oxygen.
That's a very good
philosopher.
That's an excellent point. That's an excellent point. However, it doesn't really work because there's a difference in this case. There's a difference between your sensation of water, what you subjectively experience, and water itself, which is something outside your brain. However, when it comes to identity theory, there's no difference between the neurochemical process and what you're supposed to be subjectively experiencing. So there's no delineation, there's no distinction between the two phenomena.
That analogy
so you
was
cannot,
spot on. How did you not
Well,
get
no,
it?
you're not getting it, though.
No,
you're not getting it because there's a difference between water.
When you experience water, you are in fact experiencing H2O. You just call it water. It's just common language. When you are experiencing consciousness,
you're not experiencing
what you are
H2O.
experiencing. Yes, you are. What the fuck does that even mean? That's a logical contradiction, Agamemnon. Andre,
because
you agree,
H2O occurs outside your brain.
What the fuck
Okay,
does
go
that
ahead.
even mean? Andre, if you're experiencing water, you are experiencing H2O because they are the same thing. Are they not?
Yeah, when you experience water, you're not experiencing H2O because people in the Middle
you're
Ages.
just stupid. I'm done with you.
Wait, am I allowed to finish?
No, I think we can be done with this because we've come at this from every single angle. And
yeah, if you want to overtalk,
no, Agamemnon, at this point, I'm convinced that you're being willful.
That's fine. I'm just gonna get off this.
Agamemnon, I'm convinced that you're being willfully obtuse, and I'm done. And I'm done. Xerxes is done. TJumps done. We're all done. So
he presented multiple arguments, and you guys provided defeaters. That was all that happened.
Just
What's
want
up,
to
Botangelo?
stare into the camera and just say Gatorade. Okay, we can go back to serious conversation.
What's going on,
That was
Otangelo?
insufferable.
What's up, guys?
Hello, Otangelo.
Yes, Randolph. So let me present my argument. We're two distinct. I will read here. Okay. So where two distinct processes are required to work together to perform a function, and individually they have no function, then it is necessary for both components to rise together. One process depends on the other, and singularly, they would not convey what an organism needs. Do you agree with that or not?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so if they have to merge together, I give you here a concrete example. Keeping a pool of functional DNA molecules depends on the proper biosynthesis of RNA and DNA molecules itself, and the fine-tuned regulation of nucleotide metabolism to ensure DNA replication with high fidelity, which is essential for proper development in all free living organisms. So here we have exactly an example where you have two distinct processes which individually they have no function, but they need to work together in order to have the right pool and quantity of nucleotides for the cell and the organism to work. And the question, of course, is how could such an interdependent system have emerged?
Evolution.
Without guidance.
Evolution. So we have examples of that happening in evolution, such as the VPU gene in HIV, which takes 4 to 7 independent mutations to happen simultaneously, and without any one of them, it wouldn't function. And we see that happening in the past 70 years in HIV. There's also the placental evolution in lizards, which takes dozens of different evolutions happening simultaneously for it to function. There's the many different examples we have of multiple interdependent evolution, or multiple interdependent protein binding sites being required to cause any kind of function that we see occurring in nature without any kind of guided activation. So evolution is the answer.
Yeah, the problem, TJump, which I have with that is that the example which I just gave is a prerequisite for life. So
yes,
this is not an evolutionary problem, it is an abiogenesis problem, and you probably know that the origin of life cannot be explained by evolutionary
Didn't say
mechanisms.
life.
So you cannot invoke evolution to explain precisely that interdependent system, which is a prerequisite for life.
I didn't say life.
We invoke organic chemistry.
So there's molecular evolution, which is predating life, which is the origin of abiogenesis. So evolution can happen of molecular structures without life. You don't need to invoke life for evolution.
Yes, those which actually investigate that, and I have actually just published the book on abiogenesis. You can look up my name on Amazon. And evolution is not an explanation because you need DNA replication in order to have even molecular evolution, TJump.
Oh, no, you don't. So that's
I like how you just kind of like walk past to point out that we don't invoke evolution in abiogenesis. They're two different things. We invoke other things for abiogenesis. Evolution is different. So
Oh, no. So I was disagreeing with that. I was saying you can say there's molecular evolution without life. And so we can invoke evolution to talk about the abiogenesis and saying there's evolution of certain kinds of molecules that combine, which I believe is actually the consensus among the experts who work in the field, that there are certain kinds of molecular bonds that are stronger and can replicate in some way that have more advantageous benefits than other certain molecular bonds before they become life, and that leads to things like RNA and DNA, which also can have evolution to them, and even if you don't consider them alive yet. So we can invoke evolution to explain this just fine.
Yeah, so in answer to that, TJump, I'll quote Paul Davies.
I don't care what Paul Davies said because I care about the experts in the field. So quoting Paul Davies doesn't help you here.
Okay, so I'll give you here Eugene Koonin. He says the emergence of the first replicator system, which represented the Darwinian breakthrough, was inevitably preceded by a succession of complex, difficult steps for which biological evolutionary mechanisms were not accessible.
So Eugene Koonin in that statement is agreeing with me. So biological evolutionary mechanisms are different from the evolutionary mechanisms of prebiotic material. So that's not actually a disagreement with what I said.
Okay, so what is the mechanism of prebiotic life?
Different kinds of physical bindings that lead to different kind of materials that are more advantageous or can reproduce more in general in physical environments like salt and crystals and stuff.
Reproduce? Was there a
but what
replication?
that addresses your argument. So asking more questions about it isn't going to like make it not address your argument. So the answer was, how do we explain multiple binding sites that are interdependent on one another combining in such a way that can produce complex organisms? Evolution, that's the answer.
Well, I am questioning your answer, TJump, and I'm asking you again, was there self-replication prebiotically?
Not at this point, but that was an eventual conclusion, yes.
Not at this point. Okay, if you don't have replication, you cannot have evolution.
Okay, but I didn't
even
say...
prebiotically.
No, you can. You don't need self-replication to have it. You just need any kind of producing the same kind of material in lots of different ways. You can. So like if there's a bunch of different crystals of different variations being generated and they're not generated in like a reproductive way, you can still have evolution of different kinds of materials that they like develop more advantageous aspects that cause them to grow faster or further. So you don't technically need replication there. But again, this isn't relevant to the argument. The argument was just how can you get multiple binding sites that are interdependent by evolution?
Yeah, what do crystals have of relevance in the origin of life? You mentioned crystals.
Yeah, so like crystals can have, if you ask how do you get multiple binding sites in crystals that are interdependent and couldn't function, if you just have a whole bunch of crystals being formed, some of them at a random interval, random binding sites. Then you can get some of them that have multiple interdependent binding sites and some of them that don't. And so that would still answer the question, how do you get multiple interdependent binding sites to function together? A bunch of random chance thing mutations of the molecule forming in different ways randomly. Some of them will do it, some of them won't, which is, evolution.
TJump, you didn't answer my question. I asked you, what relevance do have crystals in abiogenesis?
The question you said was, how do we get multiple interdependent binding sites to work together like an irreducible complexity? You can do that without life. You can do that without DNA. That can happen in crystals. And so that process that you're talking about of having multiple interdependent systems work together can happen on its own in nature without a mind all the time. In crystals, in DNA, in HIV, all the time. This thing you're talking about that requires a mind does not. Just literally it happens in nature all the time. We can call it evolution. Let's call it evolution. It's a really nice word for it.
Yeah, so how can you even have regulation and homeostasis prebiotically?
It's irrelevant to your question, Montangelo. Your question was, is how can you get two multiple separate interdependent functional things to work together, which happens in nature all the time through random intervals because of lots of different variations being created, and some of them are better than others. That's the only thing required to explain every single instance at every single level. Asking about a particular one, you can go to the biologist, they will answer you because that's the consensus in the field. But in your general question of how do you get irreducibly complex structures to form, random chance through lots of different iterations.
Yeah, you didn't even let me finish. And I was saying, TJump, that I was actually returning to my initial argument, which you are saying that is not relevant, but it is my initial argument. And I am asking you again.
Probably because we've heard it 100 times.
Well,
we've debunked it 100 times.
No, you have actually never heard this argument previously. Okay. So
Angelo, when you're done, I have a question for you.
Okay. So I ask again, if you do not have homeostasis in the cell to have the right amount of nucleotides, you can have no life. So I give you the entire cell with everything, with all the metabolism to make RNA and DNA, and you don't have the regulation of the right quantity, you have a dead cell. How did both processes emerge together if individually they have no function?
Well, that's possible in the way that I described through random chance of lots of iterations, because that's the VPU thing I gave an example of was exactly that, or cells having multiple binding sites in completely different ways. Also an example of two completely different systems that can only function together, forming at the same time. That's a thing that happens. But secondly, they didn't form at the same time. Like cells don't need homeostasis to live. Losing homeostasis can cause disease, but it doesn't necessarily kill the cell. You can still function without homeostasis. It's a helping process. It's not a required process of life.
TJump, I think you should first educate yourself before you embarrass yourself with completely foolish and false claims, which are just making in a row here.
None of those were false. Those were all correct statements. Like homeostasis is the process of creating a relatively stable equilibrium between interdependent elements in the cell. But if you already have them, if they come about by random chance and you don't have homeostasis, it would still be alive. So you don't need homeostasis for the original set of life that can develop later just fine. I'm not seeing the problem here.
Give me a science paper which confirms what you're just claiming, because that's complete nonsense.
What? That homeostasis is a equilibrium process and that you can get equilibrium randomly without it? Like this is just like basic. Everyone in biology agrees with that.
Even remember the claim that you made minutes ago, TJump. You claimed that homeostasis is not necessary to have life. Yes. I am challenging you to demonstrate one science paper which confirms just this foolish claim that you're making right now. You don't know what you're talking about.
So I literally just proved this to you. This is very, very easy. Homeostasis is a balancing process in the cell. Wait, Untangelo. Homeostasis is a balancing function in the cell, right? It tries to balance different combinations of things to make it a functional combination, right?
And if you don't have that, you have no life.
So let's say you don't have that. Is it possible to have a random combination that gets that with no homeostasis? Is that logically possible, Antangelo?
The question is not if it is a logical sentence.
Antangelo, answer the question. Antangelo, is it logically possible to get a cell with the correct amount of balancing without a homeostasis function? Is it logically possible?
If you don't have homeostasis, you have no life, period.
Antangelo, you have to answer the question. Stop evading. Is it logically possible to get a cell to develop in Antangelo, let me finish. Is it logically possible to get a cell with all of the correct amounts of ingredients without homeostasis, which is alive? Is that logically possible? I need a yes or a no, Antangelo.
What do you mean by logically possible? Even farting universe pixies are logically possible. Does that mean it is plausible that they generated the universe?
No, Antangelo,
of course not.
Possible. So you said, Antangelo, your question, Antangelo, you asked, is it possible for life to exist without homeostasis? That was your question. So I'm asking you, can you have a cell with a random combination of the correct combinations of chemicals to make it alive without homeostasis? Is that logically possible? Because that's what possible means, Antangelo. So is it logically possible?
It is not possible. You need homeostasis. I told you that already 3 times, and you're just making baseless, foolish claims which are inadequate and just false.
So
and you don't even realize
sometimes,
it.
however, the mechanism fails homeostasis. There are cells may not get everything they need or toxic waste and accumulate in the body, which means there are many cells that can survive without homeostasis.
No, that's false.
I'm literally just reading this off of an academic paper, Antangelo. There is a disruption of homeostasis, advanced biology book, CK-12 from the biology and homeostasis website, whatever it is.
Quote what it's saying.
If homeostasis is disrupted, it must be controlled, or disease or disorder may result.
Disease or disorder.
May.
If you don't have the right nucleotides,
that means
you have no life. That is my initial argument. Prove me wrong. You need homeostasis
for
of nucleotides.
Disease and disorder to may result, which means it doesn't always result. That means that you can have homeostasis disrupted and still survive. You still have life. The cell can live and not dysfunction. You don't need homeostasis for life, Antangelo. This is very, very simple. This is why I asked you the more general, logically possible explanation, to show you that you're so biased on this question. You won't even acknowledge that it's logically possible for this to happen. Like, this is very easy. Everybody in biology understands this. The combination of chemicals in the cell to require life are not dependent on homeostasis. They're not the same thing. They don't need to evolve at the same time. It's very easy to understand, and you're so biased, you won't even acknowledge the logical possibility of this happening, even though it's obvious.
Okay, I say it again. If you do not have the mechanism of homeostasis of RNA and DNA, which regulates the amount which has to be produced in the cell will die. Prove me wrong. This was my initial argument, and I stay to it. And again, if you don't have homeostasis of several materials in the cell right from the beginning, you have no life. You have made a bunch of unsupported claims and also completely false claims, TJump. You should educate yourself before you make foolish claims.
I already debunked your dumb ass on that one. I literally proved you wrong. I literally read a paper proving you wrong, and you're so deluded you can't accept it. That's how deluded you are.
I am talking about the origin of life. I am not talking here if you have a human.
It applies to every single case of homeostasis, Antangelo.
Why are you not permitting me to finish my sentence?
Because I already addressed that.
Me? No,
this applies to
you
every
didn't.
single case of homeostasis. Every single one, in every single example.
That's why you never learned, TJump. That's why you're still an atheist, because you live in a fantasy world. You have just the wrong science and think you are the guy who knows everything. Sorry, you don't.
Please stop attacking people, man.
So
meta.
The guy who literally makes the exact same argument has not changed one bit in the past 20 years, arguing somebody else hasn't learned is very.
You still working on your biology degree, Antangelo?
Antangelo, I have a question. I have a question for you.
Wait. Let him answer mine first. I just wanted to ask. Are you
Yeah.
still working on your biology degree, Antangelo?
So now, rather than attacking the facts, you try to attack me as a person.
I'm not attacking you. I'm asking you a question.
This is a typical tactic.
No. I'm just asking you a question.
You know exactly that I don't have a formal education in biology. That doesn't mean that I don't understand the science.
No, I was asking you if you're still working on it.
Yeah. I'm done.
Tangelo, I have a question for you.
You should learn to just discuss the facts and not people, because that's
I was
what
literally just asking you a question, buddy.
I know your tactic.
I was just asking you a question, man. Why you get so mad?
Xerxes, let me go for a second. Tangelo, I have a serious question for you. 2 weeks ago, you were in the side chat on Ross' channel while we were doing Blasphemer's Bible, I think. And you proposed that we should all turn to God because we were going to heaven. One of the people in the side chat who's always there and who's here a lot of the time, she sadly isn't today, Sumami, she told you that her idea of heaven was that everyone was naked and all the men were performing the helicopter. Have you been practicing? She really'd like to know.
You expect me an answer to that, Peter?
Yes, it's a serious question.
Yeah.
Because you left after she asked you.
Yeah. I know that you like these kind of topics, but that's not why I am here right now. Okay.
So you haven't been practicing.
By the way,
another questions or otherwise,
Tangelo, there's one person in the YouTube live audience just wants us to say hi. His name is Titan Uranus.
Yeah, just to give my
come on,
my
say
answer,
it right.
Yeah, just to clarify very clearly that my argument at the beginning was in regards of the origin of life. If you don't have homeostasis, you have no life. And you need to have it together with all the other things which are required for life. This is what I expected to be addressed.
Going back to that topic, Tangelo. Going back to that topic.
Why are you interrupting me? I didn't finish.
Because I want to help you. Because I want to help you.
I didn't finish.
Because I want to help you.
Okay, I'm leaving.
Because I want to help you. Regarding abiogenesis, Tangelo, have you found an explanation on God, on how God created life? Because you keep saying that you don't have to explain that. So that would be a far more interesting question considering the topic of the stage. So how did God create life?
God, magic.
As expected.
All right.
As expected.
Have a good one, buddy.
Did it.
So I just Googled it because I don't know this homeostasis claim he's talking about, and he's just lying. First thing that pops up, homeostasis is not a condition for life. Not even kidding.
TJump quoted the paper. He pulled it up. I looked
I'm just
at
saying,
it.
if you Google on your own, first thing that pops up, right?
And just looking at this, just to throw it out there, his book that he put out there for anybody who wants to look at it, yeah, you can find it on Amazon. I'm looking at it right now. Is essentially people are saying that it's rife with plagiarism and misquotes, contextual misunderstandings, or whether or not they're deliberate or not, but it has not been peer reviewed. So yeah.
Are you saying, JL, are you saying that is his cat's board in book form?
Pretty much. It pretty much is. Yeah. First edition, volume 1, Origin of Life in the Virus World by Means of an Intelligent Designer. The Factory Maker, Paley's Watchmaker Argument 2.0. And yeah, I'm looking at this. You can get it for $10 on Kindle, $30 paperback.
Or for free on Cat's board.
Or you can just go check out his board. But yeah.
There's also no evidence that a supernatural mechanism is being used for abiogenesis. So if someone would like
Amy,
to
there's a reason. There's a reason he went silent after my question, because he and I got along until I pressed him for evidence on how God created life. And he kept saying, I don't need to explain that. Well, if you don't need to explain that, then we don't have to explain how abiogenesis happened. We're going to have the same rules for both. We're not going to have a double standard.
Sorry,
and it's a very easy way. Every single time Otangelo comes up, ask him on his explanation for how we got life from non-life, and he'll shut up very quickly.
I do want to say though that like the answer is homeostasis happened first. So like if you have a puddle that has all the right chemicals in it, that puddle now has homeostasis, and so that can happen before the mechanisms of the cell evolve, and then the mechanisms of the cell can develop an internal way to manage it so it can move to other puddles. But yeah, they don't need to evolve at the exact same time. It's not the case.
I agree with TJump, but let me know when it's my turn.
Hey, Doctor, don't ask. What's
Let
up?
me change my stupid avatar. No, it's not supposed to be that. It was just I actually am, but not to be advertised. We're talking about God right now. So if someone wants to convince me that God exists, I don't think it's possible. I think that if there is such a thing as God who created the universe and time and space and everything, then it must exist outside of everything that we can perceive, our entire universe. And so there's no way to prove it one way or the other.
Well, then hang on, Peter, hang on. If there's no way to convince people of this, then why are there people that believe it?
I didn't say convince. Oh, I guess. Well, all right. Sorry, convince is the question. So you could convince.
And also, if something is outside of space and time, it exists in no time, in no space. That is literally
Peter,
the definition. By definition, non-existing.
Peter, we're going to get there. But first and foremost, when you say convince, people believe a thing because they're convinced of it. Okay, so other people are convinced. Theists are convinced this thing exists. So when we say present the reason why, present your reason, present what convinced you, and then we look at that and we critically analyze it, we say that's not sufficient to warrant belief. So, but people can be convinced of this thing because there are people who have been convinced of this. The question is, were they convinced for good reasons? Right?
I guess, yeah. Well, the reasons don't matter, do they? The thing is, can we convince them?
Well, yeah. So it's like, for example, you can convince me that a thing exists if that thing comports with reality, if it is coherent with reality, and if it withstands testing or whatever. There's a whole methodology that goes into it, and you can convince me that a thing exists. But if you're trying to tell me that a thing exists because you feel that it exists, and that's the only evidence you have, that's not sufficient enough to warrant that it actually exists. It just means that you feel that it exists. Your feeling exists within your brain because you feel it does. That's an emotional state. I believe that you feel it, but you can't demonstrate that it actually is. So it's not really the thing existing, it's the concept of it. So
yeah, so I think the concept of it, it's possible.
Okay, so because a concept can exist doesn't mean that the thing that the concept is representative of, but the concept represents something. And just because a concept exists doesn't mean the thing it represents is exit to reality.
Yeah, you said that twice now.
Right. So
if we could not repeat ourselves, because I'm listening to you actually.
Don't ask. I have a question. Are you a theist? And if so,
hang on, Peter.
In what God do you believe?
Let him finish this. Go ahead.
So let's not repeat ourselves. Here's my thing.
Okay.
You can convince me that it's not impossible for God to exist. Like you can't convince me that there is no God to be atheist. There's no God. But you also can't convince me that there is one. You can't.
Why couldn't I convince you?
Because there would be no way for me to test it. You could try to reason with me and give me some belief that there might be, but you couldn't actually convince me that there period is.
Okay, so let's throw a hypothetical. Let's throw a hypothetical on the table. If the God is defined in a particular way, and that God has attributes that are logically contradictory with the state of the universe as we understand it fundamentally, like there are attributes to its nature that fundamentally contradict the attributes of the itself, and I can show a logical contradiction exists because of how the God is defined. Would that convince you that God does not exist as defined?
How do you define it?
I'm asking you. I'm just saying. If a God is presented, whatever the God is, I don't care what it is. If the God is presented and its attributes, and I can demonstrate to you how its attributes entail a logical contradiction, then by virtue that we know logical contradictions can't exist, then that should convince you that that God, as defined, that particular God, does not exist, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so all you have to do is present a God and give its attributes, and then we can discuss whether we can determine if it can't exist because it entails logical contradiction, or if it's simply an unfalsifiable hypothesis that can be rejected on methodological naturalist grounds.
Okay, what he originally said is that it's impossible to convince him that God does exist, and that one. So to argue against his actual point,
he just contradicted himself, though. He could be convinced if it
I
entailed the
can be
logical.
convinced that a certain God does not exist.
He said you couldn't convince him God does exist. Does exist.
No.
That's what he said.
He said both.
No, he said doesn't.
Does or does
No,
not.
I didn't say does.
He said both.
Yeah, he said
Let's ask
doesn't.
him. He's right here. Let's ask him.
You can't convince me that a specific God, I guess, or even I would say a God, period, exists or doesn't exist. I would call
Okay,
myself
so that
agnostic.
would be just deism, just like the unfalsifiable.
Yeah,
no, hang on. The sufficiently powerful entity that kicked the football on the universe and then pissed off with no evidence left of its existence. That is essentially that's essentially deism. That's unfalsifiable because there's no evidence purposely left behind of its existence, so therefore we can't prove or disprove it. That's an unfalsifiable hypothesis. We can reject it on various grounds. But depending upon your God's attributes, if those attributes entail logical contradiction, then by definition, that thing cannot exist.
I guess, yeah.
Okay. So it really depends upon how you define your God. And then we'd have to examine that on a kind of case-by-case basis. So you present your God, we'll look at its attributes, like how you define it. We'll see if those attributes entail logical contradiction. If they do, then your God is debunked. But if they don't, then sure, it could just be an unfalsifiable hypothesis, and it's neither here nor there.
I want to go the other way. I want to show that you can convince.
Yeah, but I'm saying that you can convince me that a God exists. Can you?
That's what I thought you
What's
actually
your
initially
prime
said.
argument
Yes,
for
I can
why
convince you
a
God
God
exists. Yes, even if he's outside of
hear it.
space-time. So let's say God is outside of space-time. His name is Bob. I can speak to him. So even though he's outside of space-time, you can still interact with things in space-time because he's magic.
How can you interact with something outside of space-time?
Magic. He's got magic powers.
But you're inside space-time,
Yep.
and you're trying to interact with something outside of space-time. So
Yep.
for an analogy, I'm a fish inside a fishbowl,
Yep.
and you're in the other room, and you write 3 numbers on a piece of paper. There's no possible way for me as a fish in the fish tank to know what you wrote on the piece of paper, right?
Sure there is. I can psychically give
You're
you the
outside
information.
of the tank. You're not
No,
in the
no.
bowl.
So I think you're confusing outside of space-time with can't
You could
interact
walk in
with
and tell
space-time.
me I wrote 3 numbers on a piece of paper.
Stop.
Here's what they are.
Stop.
But would I,
Stop.
Can I prove
You're
that?
confusing things that exist outside of space-time can't interact with
'Cause
things
I'm just
in
a fish
space-time.
in the bowl.
Stop interrupting. Holy shit. Things outside of space-time can interact with things in space-time. It's what quantum fields do all the time. So a thing existing outside of space-time doesn't mean it can't cause things in space-time. So if a God existed
Yeah,
outside
so
of
I could
space-time,
walk into the
still
I
talking,
could walk into the
still
room.
talking.
Sorry,
So
go ahead.
if God existed outside of space-time, his name was Bob, and he can psychically tell me information. And I say, Bob, give me a gold brick. And every time I do, a gold brick appears in front of me, and I can then sell it. That would be great evidence of this God
I
outside
would
of
believe
space-time.
that, yeah.
There you go. So that's
I would believe that.
That's how I would do it.
Just like sorry, you were still talking, but I think we were making the same point. So if I were to write those 3 numbers on a piece of paper, and you're a fish, you're actually a human, but you're a fish. You look like a fish. You're living in a bowl. I walk in and I take the piece of paper. Let's say it's waterproof. I drop it in the bowl and say I wrote 3 numbers on this piece of paper. Here they are. You can see that, right? It's provable.
Yeah.
I would be convinced.
It's a bit easier. The fish would be able to see you from inside the bowl. That's not a good analogy.
If you look inside a bowl outside, it actually is a mirror. So it's
Yeah. It's a black bowl.
No,
it's a black bowl. It's a black bowl. It
isn't.
doesn't matter, Peter. It doesn't matter the argument. Completely irrelevant. So yes.
Okay.
But the point is, I could come into your universe. Let's say I'm God,
Yeah.
and I'm beyond your universe. Let's say that we're in one universe, and there's, I don't know, infinity of them, because God's endless, right, and infinite and all powerful. There has to be infinity. There doesn't have to be, but there could possibly be.
Yeah. What's the point?
Well, the point is that God could come and interact with our universe.
Sure, that would be great evidence.
Yeah, but it's not convincing me that God exists, because I haven't seen anything that's done that. I've read books that say that people have seen. Honestly, I have read books that people have said that someone else has told them that they've seen someone else. So we're like four parties removed now, perform miracles. But I haven't seen any evidence of God.
I
So you can't
agree.
convince me.
I agree, but if you did see evidence, that would potentially convince you. Just like if I saw evidence, it would potentially convince me. There just isn't any, which is why we're not convinced.
And don't ask when you talk about how you yourself can't be convinced, but other people have been convinced, but not necessarily for good reasons. So that depends upon it depends upon a number of factors, like, emotional states, psychological states, the amount of information you have, your educational level. There's a lot of things that go into that. So people can be convinced, but for bad reason. Like, you could manipulate someone into believing this thing by posing something that they just don't have the educational acumen in order to debunk or recognize the fallacy of. So I can present something to someone who is ignorant, and they could be like, oh, wow, that makes so much sense. When in actuality, all I'm doing is making logical fallacy, and I'm doing an appeal to emotion that makes them feel better so they believe for the wrong reasons. So you can convince people for bad reasons. The whole point is, can we suss out that they're bad reasons? That's the point. So people come up here, and they present why they believe, what they believe in, why. And then we critically examine what they believe in, why. And we try to determine, do they believe for bad reasons? Have they been convinced of something with no rational grounds? Or do they have a legitimate reason for doing this, for believing what they believe? That's the whole point.
So, JL, you can convince anyone of anything, even if it's not rational.
Sure, I could. I could convince people of many
brainwash
things.
someone or do whatever, It doesn't have to be true for you to be able to convince someone. So, can God convince us that God exists? Yeah, you could do that. You could probably convince some people. No
And
problem.
besides, here's the best
Not
way
me.
to convince people that things exist. If someone came up on here on the stage and literally handed us just drop dead bam, here's your evidence that this exists. Bam, here it is. I've got it. And it was irrefutable and it stood up to the methodology, then yeah, we would be convinced. We would no longer be atheists, but it doesn't necessarily entail we'd be Christians or anything like that. But yes, all it takes is evidence to support it.
We've got one of those next, supposedly.
Like, if you were to right now pray to God to drop a brick of anything, I don't care if it's gold or coal, right next to me, then I would believe you. And you could convince me that God exists.
That'd be some pretty strong evidence.
Well,
I have a question.
What's
If
your
a
evidence
God
that he
exists, if a God, don't ask. I have a question. I have a question. If a God exists, why would he need people to convince other people of his existence? Why couldn't he do that himself?
I totally agree. He wouldn't.
Don't ask. Right now, just switch to him. Tell him what the J and L in my name stand for. Tell him what those initials stand for. Just give him that information. It's not even a violation of reality. It's literally just taking information that exists and giving it to you so that you can repeat it to me without you knowing it. Because it was like, oh, wow, you received it. So if I said right now, give it to don't ask, what's the JL in my name stand for? And you gave me that information, that would be pretty damn solid. We would have to walk down that road of inquiry big time. But that won't happen.
JL, I just got word from God. It means junior lunatic.
I actually don't know. What does the jail stand for?
Was he right?
That's what I'm saying. I'm proposing the like, if I were to pray to God and do this, then there you go. If you were to be able to just give that to me with, immediately, like God just hand delivered you the information in your brain.
John?
Not even close.
Jesus lives.
I've gotten so many variations of that TJump.
Well, come on, don't taunt us with this question and let's say what it stands for. What does it stand for?
That's the whole
TJump
point.
wins the internet for today.
I don't know. I think I see. So I assume that you're bald and you have a white beard.
Well, that's because you found my picture.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if did you post it?
Well, it's on my YouTube channel, so.
Did you link your YouTube channel here? Oh yeah. Okay.
It's linked somewhere.
I see. Yeah, I didn't look at that before. What does the jail stand for?
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm posing. I'm posing it as a hypothetical. If I were to do this and then God were to give it, that would be some really solid evidence that we could then investigate and we could walk down that path. But we first have to, but even if that were to happen, if I were to do this, now that we've asked the question, all of a sudden you came back with it, then we have to be, okay, how do we eliminate the possibility that you didn't just look it up and you had quick Google foo? We have to eliminate that possibility to give credibility.
I have no idea what jail stands for. How would I? There's so many J words and L words.
You can trust me. If you look hard enough, you can find it. If you look hard enough, you can find it. It's on the internet somewhere. I'm telling you that. But
you can tell me if you want to. If it's a secret,
like I said. So yes, a person can be convinced for bad reasons. That's the whole point. People are convinced this thing exists, which means that if they're convinced, other people can be convinced, which entails that possibly we could be convinced. Can they do it? No, I mean, probably not, but maybe they could, which is why we continue to do these stages over and over and over and over again, because we're intellectually honest in that maybe someone out there has some evidence that has not been presented yet. It hasn't happened yet. It doesn't mean that doesn't entail that it won't or it couldn't. So there you go.
By the way, your initials stand for Jerry Lee.
Yeah, I just have to say this because Amy Newman is here. If you look hard enough, you'll be able to find it. That's what every woman said ever.
Damn it, Skeptic Dank in my live chat got it. It's Jellyfish Leviathan.
But can anyone actually?
I'm still going with Jesus Lives because that's better. I will always call you Jesus Lives now.
Great.
Because I'd be happy to be convinced. I would like for there to be a God, but is there? And how do you convince me? How would you convince anyone?
We're not convinced, so we're not the right people to ask. You should be asking other people. You should be asking theists, Christians, Catholics, whoever. You should be asking
we're all
them.
on the same page, I think.
You should ask them what they believe and why they believe it.
Are there any here?
Not on this stage, I don't think.
Yeah, so supposedly up next, we've got someone with evidence.
I'd love to hear the evidence. I think we all would.
Yeah. Why would you want to be convinced that a God exists? Because if he exists, he's doing a piss poor job of how this world is going right now.
Don't you think I've given a good example or good reasoning for why you could never prove that God exists?
No, you could prove a God exists. God could prove God exists.
You can convince
really
someone,
easily.
which is easy. That's mind controlled. But you can't prove anything.
No. If a thing exists, if God exists, then yeah. If a thing exists, then it could be demonstrated that it exists. So we just need the evidence to be able to do that. If the God chooses not to allow that, if the God deliberately hides itself from that, then that's not technically like the Christian God. That technically would be dystheism. It would be a deceptive God. And technically, you could say it's the God of it's Allah. It's the God of Islam. But in that respect, like I said, it comes down to the entailments of the God, blah, blah, blah. Is it unfalsifiable? Is it a logical contradiction? So on and so forth. So, but if a God existed, like legit existed, this thing existed in whatever form, yes, it could convince people it exists because it could show itself.
Well, and it has, though, right?
Do what?
God has shown himself in Jesus 2,000 years ago. Didn't you read it in the Bible?
No, because the existence of an itinerant rabbi in Iron Age Palestine does not logically entail that a God exists.
Yeah,
no, but
that's
totally
that's
true,
a bad
dude.
example. If you would use the example of, let's say, Adam and Eve who met God, who walked with him through the garden, or if you would go to Abraham who had God visit him and had lunch with him, sat with him under a tree, those would be good examples. Jesus isn't a good example.
Would you agree that Gandalf is a wizard? Because nowhere in the Lord of the Rings does it say that this is a work of fiction. it should not be taken seriously.
Gandalf is a wizard in the exact same way that God exists. They're both fictional.
Fictional character. Fictional character.
Exactly, yeah. So you can't convince me God exists unless you can convince me
You
Gandalf
could be
is
convinced
actually a
if
wizard.
God showed up and demonstrated it to you. It's like if God showed up, that would be enough to convince people. They
Well,
would.
there's
wouldn't-
actually there's somebody in the stage down below who has their hand raised, and they've been messaging me. Their argument is actually kind of weird. I've never heard it before, but in Job chapter 12 it says that all the animals know that God exists, and if you ask them, they'll tell you. And so his theory is that if we figure out a way to talk to animals sometime in the future with technology,
I can debunk
and
it.
they all believe in God.
Xerxes, I can
That's a
debunk
funny
that
one.
because I have a new dog, and I like to impersonate Otangelo. Every single time I do Otangelo's voice, he attacks me. So I'm pretty sure he's against God.
Maybe just against Otangelo or
I
Kermit the
have an
Frog.
ex who had an African gray parrot. And
Well,
if
given
I
this,
asked that parrot if God exists, he would say no.
So, given this, I think if there's somebody in the chat, somebody with their hand raised that has evidence to present, I think we should get them up.
I'd love to hear that. Yes.
Yeah,
Thank you
definitely.
for coming up.
And I'd
Thanks.
be happy to refute it too.
I vote we just ask.
coming up.
I vote we just ask JL. JL's an animal, right? Do you
I
believe
am
in
an
God?
animal. Yes,
I'm an animal too.
I do not.
Yeah, that's the other problem is that Garrick's argument kind of fails because we're all animals and none of us believe in God, and he said specifically in the DMs, all animals have to believe in God for it to be proof.
You told me he had evidence, so I brought him
Well,
up.
that's what he told me, but I didn't know that that's what he was talking about.
Oh, that's a dumb argument.
However,
Well-
very specifically, I am only an animal in bed.
Let's give him a shot.
Garrick, welcome
I
to
should
the-
have responded with a
Here,
negative.
just wanna say-
Negative.
sorry,
I'm a meat popsicle.
Hey, Garrick, welcome to this panel of animals and one meat popsicle. What have you got for us today?
Could I just tell you how this argument came
Your
about?
volume is very low. Could you turn up your microphone, please?
Is that better?
Nope.
Still pretty low, dude.
No, not really.
Double it. Make it twice as loud.
How about if I just talk louder?
It's better.
That's
That'll
better.
work. Yeah.
Well, don't eat your microphone because you're going to clip.
Okay, so let me just tell you how this came about. So I'm an atheist, and I was talking to a Muslim, and the Muslim was telling me how there was this Oxford study that showed that all kids or babies naturally thought that there was a God. Now, I didn't believe the study. I didn't look into it. I didn't really care. And
Well, it doesn't exist.
Don't worry, that's not part of the argument. It's just part of my thought process. So
Okay.
I remember TJump talking a lot about novel testable predictions. So I was just really thinking about a way to get a novel testable prediction for a god. It's really hard. But anyway, this is the only one I've got so far, where it says in Job, that thing that I told you, it predicts that all animals, I think all animals besides humans will believe in a god. And it says, ask them and they will tell you. Now, we can't speak to animals, and I don't think that that parrot thing counts. But in theory, in the future, if we can actually talk to animals and they can communicate with us, and we can ask them a question, do you believe in a god? And they all unanimously say yes. I think that would be...
If that's the case, then how do you know that they believe in God right now when you can't talk to them?
Well, he said this is a novel prediction. So yes, that would be a novel prediction. And if it comes true, that would be indicative
okay.
of the truth
I
of
missed
the
that.
Bible.
Yes. So that's
Now, the
pretty
big
much-
problem.
Well,
the
what
big
if
problem-
hold
there's a
on,
big
all
problem.
the animals believe in a god, but they all believe in different gods?
Yeah, that's
what if the gods they believe in correspond to the regions that they live in?
That's one of the problems. The other problem is, what if some of them agree in multiple deities, or there's some who believe in a goddess and not a god, and the list goes on. There's all kinds of issues with that. The other part of the problem is that you may be tainting their understanding of this by introducing the concept of the god by asking the question itself.
What
Okay,
if
so
all the animals believe in a god, but they believe that they were created in the image of God and not us?
Guys, I can't
Each-
address
each
4
species has
points.
its own god.
Please be serious. 1 point at a time. But okay, your two first points are pretty much the same. What happens if the animals believe in gods, but they're different gods? That's irrelevant because they still believe in gods. The evidence is still correct. So that's not a good argument. What is their second argument?
That is a good that is a good argument because
No,
that means
because
that
look, if
no, hold on,
parrots
let me
believe in
finish.
Israel-
Let me Garrick, let me finish. That is a good argument because there are gods that are mutually exclusive. So if, for instance, you take Allah will tell you that the God of the Bible isn't real. The God of the Bible will tell you that Allah isn't real because that's literally the first commandment. So no, you cannot have different animals believe in different gods and all the gods be real because they would be mutually exclusive.
Well, that wasn't the argument.
That
So
wouldn't work.
the argument
Depends
is
on
that the Bible predicts that all animals will believe in a God. And if that is true, then that would be evidence of the Bible being correct, even if it isn't the same God. So it doesn't, unless the Bible said all animals will believe in Yahweh, then the prediction is simply that all animals will believe in a God. That's the only prediction that it makes. If that comes out to be true, yes, that would be evidence.
But Garrett, can I ask you then in backwards?
Correct me if I'm wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong. If one animal believes, hold on. Correct me if I'm wrong, T-Jump. If one animal believes in a God that claims that the other God doesn't exist, how can that work? It can't.
Because the only point is that the Bible, this book, says all animals will believe in a God. It's not that all animals are right or that any of the animals are right. They could all believe in the wrong God. The only claim is that in this book, it predicts all animals will believe in a God. And if that's the case, that's evidence that this book is true, regardless of which God the animals believe in or whether or not they're contradictory.
But Garrett, could I ask you in the opposite direction then, if we were to start noticing, have good empirical evidence that other animals were talking to us, and each and every animal that we came across, they're like, no, I'm sorry, there is no God. Would that at least push you in a different direction?
Yeah, well, that just debunks the argument. So that'll mean that's not evidence. That's
He's
fine.
an atheist. He doesn't believe in
Garrick,
God.
you asked what the second question was. The second one was, what if they're believing in multiple deities? Then that, of course, also contradicts the criteria that T-Jump just laid out of a single God. Single is implied there. Now, that the third thing I pointed out, what was that? I'll let you know when I remember.
So, Garrick, just to point out, just to get a clarification.
Yeah.
Do you accept that human beings are also animals?
I do, but not in the context of this text, because it says, but ask the animals and they will teach you. So that's specifically implying that we are not animals.
Or it's talking about non-human, or it's probably talking about non-human animals, because the authors of the Bible didn't have understanding of evolution and genetics.
Yes.
Yeah, because technically human beings are all animals as well. So the problem is that if the text is dependent upon an ignorance of something, that's problematic. Because it's depending upon a worldview that contains that basically contains a perception of things that is not complete. So,
but I think you're being unfairly charitable.
It also makes a good point for saying that the Bible isn't the word of God, because obviously the Bible was inspired by God. So it's not that the people who wrote it didn't have the concept of evolution. It's that the God who created everything didn't have the concept of evolution and didn't know that we were animals.
You could also be right for the wrong reasons. So I would agree that it would be a data point if that a phenomena was going on here, but we would have to say, were they just saying this because that's what they thought was happening, or are they saying it because they actually had access to knowledge that we could not confirm until now?
Okay, so that's quite a lot of things to address, but if I go to Peter, so yes, it could be a stupid god or a dumb god or an evil god, whatever, but at least it's evidence for a god, which could be stupid and not know about human evolution and everything else, and think about humans and animals are not the same. I understand, but it would still be evidence for a dumb god.
Garrick, it can't, because according to the Bible, God is all-knowing.
Okay.
And if the Bible contradicts the fact that God is all-knowing, then he can't be God.
Okay, that's a good point. Yeah, but anyway, I just was looking at this argument by itself without looking at the rest of the book.
Well, Garrick, so the Bible is 66 books written by approximately 40 different people, and so this passage in Job seems to delineate all the animals from humans, but there's other passages in the Bibles where it says that humans are animals. So even if we were to flash forward 50, 60 years in the future, and we were to find a way to communicate with animals. Now, to be clear though, it's cognitively impossible to communicate with certain animals just because they don't have the functions for communication.
Okay, so this is why it's a future testable prediction, because hopefully that Neuralink technology comes in, kicks in, and finds a way for us to communicate with animals on their own language. So I know that's quite futuristic stuff.
There's animals that don't even have any sapience, dude.
Well,
There's
just to clarify, I think his only point here was that this one sentence in the Bible is making a future testable claim. If it is correct, that's evidence. It doesn't matter what all of the other sentences in the Bible say, even if they're all wrong, which would be contradictory evidence, it would be negative evidence. This one statement being right is some confirmatory evidence. I think that's the full extent of his claim. He's just saying that that's it.
Well, the reason why I'm bringing that up is because if the Bible as a collective puts humans in the category of animal, well, we can already test it because we as humans don't believe God exists. Some of us don't.
Okay,
so bingo,
Xerxes,
that snaps it away immediately.
Xerxes, I'm not here to defend the whole Bible, right? But can you just address my point, my only point, my one and only point? Can you address that? Is it evidence?
Your point is that the passage in Job says that animals will believe in God, all of them.
And
humans
if
are
it was
animals.
true, and if
We
it
know
was
it's
true,
not true.
So he's asking if you take it in context and say animals as referring to non-human animals. If all non-human animals in the future are discovered to believe in a God, would that be evidence that this book is true? The answer is yes.
It would be
Yes,
evidence that that singular passage was accurate.
Yes, that's all it needs. That's all he needs to agree.
yes.
Cool. Yeah, I mean, I could agree with that. That
But I mean, we know that
passage, taken in its context, just the
I
way
understand
it's
it's not proof.
No, I get that. So yeah, that one particular passage taken with no context, nothing else anywhere, just that line.
Yes.
If we were to do this in the future, then yes, you are correct on that.
Cool.
So that would be evidence that that passage is correct, but not that a God exists. Because
also agreed. Yes, Xerxes is
the
right
Bible.
on
The Bible is correct on quite a few things, right? Like we know that King Darius
And then we have to
existed, and we know that Xerxes
It also
existed.
means we have to discard the entire Bible except for that one particular
so I disagree
passage.
with that. Disagree with that a lot. If the Bible has a prediction which is correct, even if it has a lot of other wrong things which are dumb, that one prediction that is correct is evidence of the main claims of that book. So if the book says this book is written by God, God predicts the animals in the future will all believe in a God. We talk to them and they believe in God. That is evidence that the main claim of this book is true, that there is a God. It's very weak.
No, I don't agree with that at all. No, because I mean, you can make 1,000.
I don't either.
You can make 1,000 predictions. If 99 of them are wrong and one of them is right, that's not indicative that your source material is accurate.
Okay, but
no. So just clarify, the one right one is evidence. If there was a bunch of right ones, they would all add together to be good evidence. But the one right one is positive evidence, and the 99 bad ones are negative evidence.
No, the one right one is not positively indicative of or exclusively concordant with the existence of God. It's positively indicative of a guy getting one thing right out of 1,000 guesses.
So if TJump, if
I mean the guesses could be completely random.
TJump, if the claim is that the animals believe that, then all that would say is all we could say is that the Bible is correct about that particular claim. That doesn't necessarily mean that animals are the authority on whether non-human animals are the authority on whether God actually exists.
They don't. The non-human animals don't matter here at all. So the point is that any time you're able to accurately predict the future, that's evidence of your hypothesis. Now, the more you do it, the more evidence you have. But anytime you do it, and anytime you get it right for any reason, if it is just a lucky guess, that is still evidence that increases the probability that you are correct. So if somebody shakes a magic
definition of evidence.
That's correct. But if the claim is, the prediction is that animals, once you can talk with them, will tell you they believe in God, then the idea of God existing is still a non sequitur.
Yeah, and if you make a claim and you don't have the if you make a claim and you can't back it up, if it's just a lucky guess, then it can't be evidence. You need to be able to back up your claim.
Peter, hold on. Sorry, this can't be a lucky guess because it's saying 100% of animals will believe in God. Now that's not luck.
Well, that could still be
no,
luck.
no, no. I was referring to the fact whether or not it's evidence if it is just a lucky guess. I can make the lucky guess that
so we've
all
got a new
animals,
novel
100%
testable prediction.
Animals.
Or we've got a novel testable prediction for the existence of the Christian God, although it would be one evidence that we could use. You guys ready to move on?
Yeah, but I do want to clarify. Like, I think sorry to say, Xerxes, you were definitely wrong on this case. Even if you have lucky knowledge is a very big concept in philosophy, and it's just a lucky guess. Like Hinduism predicts the age of the earth is 4.3 billion years old. It's very lucky guess. Obviously, I didn't know this. Obviously, I think it was just luck, but it's still evidence. And the reason it's evidence is because if you had an accumulation of those in the Bible, then it would be more and more and more evidence until it would be convincing. So like they predicted a whole bunch of things. DNA is a double helix, universe is 13.8 billion years old. They had a whole bunch of these. That would definitely be evidence. And so the fact that
the body of correct guesses would be evidence, but the correct evident guesses in and of themselves, by themselves, are not evidence. They don't become evidence until they are a body.
No, because now you're confusing the 51% rule versus 1%. So 1% is still evidence, even if it's terrible evidence. And so that 1%,
that's meaningless.
How is that meaningless?
What does it mean for a thing to be evidence?
Increases the probability the proposition is true by any percent.
Okay, but how does a lucky guess increase the probability that a proposition is true?
Because the prevalence of those things is likely of a true.
Okay, what if the things are a non sequitur? What if I say that that if it rains tomorrow, King Charles will die on September the 8th?
If that was true, that would be evidence, very small evidence of your hypothesis being correct, whatever it is. So spaghetti monster is real, whatever. So anytime that happens.
No, I don't buy that at all. That's
So
a completely meaningless definition of evidence.
I hate it when
no, it's the philosophy definition of evidence. But anytime, any
No, it's
presence
not.
of it literally is. This is something I've discussed with philosophers many times before. The prevalence of evidence and whether or not it increases the probability. It's very, very common in philosophy. It is evidence anytime. No matter what, even if it's a lucky guess, it's still evidence. And it's not good evidence, but it's evidence that if you can predict the future accurately and get it right, that you have evidence that your hypothesis is true. Now, obviously, if you don't get it right multiple times, it's terrible evidence, but it is evidence because the prevalence of that instance of being able to accurately predict the future is more likely under the case that a hypothesis is true than under one that's false. That's all it means. It's very basic evidence. It is evidence.
Thank you.
Cool.
Thank you for coming up, Garrick. We're going to go ahead and move on to Paradoxical. So they had a sound argument for their God.
Oh.
I think all arguments are sound arguments. They make sounds.
He's not
TJumps is
wrong.
correct.
He's not
TJumps
wrong.
is correct.
He's not wrong on that one.
Paradoxical.
We cannot refute that logical argument. Hello, Paradoxical. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. What have you got for us today?
Hi, guys. It's great to be here.
Very quiet.
Can you turn up your microphone volume about maybe double what it is now?
Sure, let me try. Is it better now?
That's a lot better. Thank you very much. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Ethan. So, I would defend a Neoplatonic conception of God. So that is, I would reject. So it's basically a non-theistic position. So it's not atheistic or theistic. So I'm basically metaphysically a Platonist. So I would defend like the structural realist viewpoint, and so basically I can defend it on pragmatic grounds or pragmatic and metaphysical both grounds. So you guys can. So basically that God is the it's simple and it's not a being. It's not a personal God or something like that. That God in the sky or something. It's the not even the first principle. It's the unity itself, and it cannot be represented in any forms. Like any conceptual forms cannot be used to represent it. It's the source of all the structure that is emanating and basically emerging out of it. So that would be like the initial thing that I would say. So any questions regarding that, and maybe I can clarify what would be objections and how I would work on that. Yeah. Yeah, if that made sense.
Okay, I apologize. I deeply apologize, Paradoxical. I caught like every fourth word in there.
Yeah, me too. Me too. I didn't understand the word. You either need to slow down or to pronounce a little bit better, because
I apologize.
English is my third
English,
language.
If English is your second
English
language,
is my third language.
Which I apologize.
Yeah.
If English is your second language, but it was really hard to understand what you were trying to say.
Yeah, I was
Okay.
going to say English is my third language. English is my third language, and I'm really struggling to understand what you're saying. So I know where you're coming from. It's difficult at times, but maybe try and slow down a bit. That would help.
I think he said he was a Platonic realist, and he's arguing for a Platonic form of a god. I think that was the conclusion.
Yeah. So it's not actually like a personal being. So it's not a being that is interacting with you in your daily life. But so Platonism basically would be something like the mathematical reality is also like ontologically real. So it is about that there's a there are levels of ontology instead of just being that the material base ontology is real. So, and it is about the relations, how everything is interrelated to one another, and it would be something like that. Yeah, we are embedded in a structure, not a yeah. So yeah, so basically, TJumps was right, like a Platonic realist, but not defending that they don't forms not exist as an object. They exist as an archetype. Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to use different words, but yeah, we can get stuck in different
Why
language games, but-
believe Platonic objects exist? I don't believe they exist. Why believe they exist?
So Platonic, there are no Platonic objects. So I would this would be a position opposite to nominalism. So I don't believe that there are no universals and only particulars exist. So I would say that it's basically an interdependence of both. That there's a emergence happening from material reality, and it's interacting with the constraints of the abstract reality. So it would be argument like something that 1 + 1 is equal to 2, or if you are trying to construct that triangle, it would require you to follow certain mathematical logic. And yeah, I would argue that computation itself is being encoded in. So basically, cells are also Turing machines, and we are building upon this self-organizing principle. So I would say that that principle itself is relational. It's about how we're getting from one state to next state. So yeah, I mean, something like you can say that if you want to get into object ontology, it would be computation is the base object of ontology, but that would get into the whole scientific side of arguments. That so I'm also a naturalist. That I believe that everything has natural causes, but yeah, I believe that causes also have downward causation. It's not just emergence upwards. So that would be the complete position. Yeah. Sorry if it was fast. Yeah.
Why?
So now we will have to get into pragmatic grounds if we can agree that metaphysically it is also explanatory. So I would say that nominalism doesn't lead us into explanations, and if we just try to get into empiricist point of view that everything we require is evidence, but empiricism also doesn't have any justification what it says that it's and you also get fragmentation of ontologies that normativity is completely independent of independent of physical scientific investigations, and that results in existentialism and all the other philosophies that are leading to that basically is less leads to less meaning in life, and meaning is about being connected to reality, and Platonism is is about relations, that it's a relational ontology instead of being an object ontology.
I still don't see why I need Platonism to have meaning or purpose or relations.
So meaning itself is relation. So it's, I mean, so either will have to just go into complete nihilism, that there is nothing, and it's all meaningless. But if we are just going to define meaning as something, I would say it has to be defined as meaning in life being connected to a real thing. So I mean, if you think of art or any aesthetic things people do, or romantic love or anything, so that's all about having some real relation outside of yourself. So I would say that if so they are like isomorphic in a way. If even if you want to put different words, I think we need an explanation to for ethics and all the ways that we can converge. I mean, for converging, and that would be pragmatic argument that we need convergence in humanity for towards a shared purpose or a shared goal. But we don't know what the goal is. But that has to be something trying to get to to a non increase the wisdom of people to be less self-deceptive or fall into like feedback loops that are not helpful and can give a different view of reality. Right? So
Still don't see why I need Platonic objects for that. I can just say nominalism is true.
So-
Don't need that.
So Platon, we don't need. So I'm saying I'm rejecting the object ontology. That I'm saying that objects don't exist. So what are the objects you think exist? Even in scientific theory, we are at quantum field theory that says that it's all probabilities, and in mathematical space, and I mean we have Bell's theorem that gives us non-locality. So even at our base reality, we are seeing a relational structure. So yeah, I mean I don't know what would be if we just take that nothing is real. So that doesn't mean anything, right? Real is normative and descriptive both. So because I mean these are not my arguments. So I'm taking from Verweke and Joshua Bach, and I mean some people that represent different views. Yeah. So, but I think that this is a pretty convincing picture, and yeah.
I don't find it convincing at all. Most physicists don't find it convincing. I think quantum fields are the fundamental thing. I think they're physical. I don't think relations or mathematical objects are fundamental at all.
No, I'm saying I'm giving ontological status to relations itself. I'm not saying that.
I don't think relations exist. I don't think relations are fundamental. I think that's a very silly argument. I think quantum fields are fundamental.
So, if this quantum fields are fundamental, how do we explain all the phenomena at human, like linguistic level, and the like cognition that happens in
Emergent properties of quantum fields.
But yeah, how does something that emerges interacts with the material reality? So are you saying does the thing that emerges from the material reality doesn't have any impact on the material reality back?
It's made of material reality, so obviously it would be able to interact with material reality.
So I mean, if you're saying that something that is emerging, so I would say that mathematics is also, I would say it has a constraining relationship on reality itself. That
No, I would
even for
say
explaining
I would definitely say that there's no constraining relationship on reality. Math is descriptive, not prescriptive.
But I think that would be. So I mean, I think there's new evidence coming from biology also that there is intentionality in. So for that, I think we have to get away from the point to instant point of view. That if you just look at one single instant to the next instant, that will always look like that there is not something emergent. But I would say if we sum a lot of yes, lot of instances, then the sum is greater than its parts, and there is some control that we have on those relations based on what relational structure we are embedded in, and we are able to. I mean, if consciousness doesn't have any impact on material reality, then it doesn't make any sense, right? That there is. I mean, I would take the compatibilist position on free will that we have free will, but free will is intentional in structure. That it's not about a single point. It's an illusion if you try to look at a single point, but you have to look at it as a unity across long distances. So I would say from philosophy of mind, we are like, I mean, I would say basically Dennett is right, but I would say we are converging on that. So
I don't think so. I don't think there's any evidence that math is prescriptive. That's just not a thing. No.
Can I ask, is this one of
So,
the main reasons why you believe in a God?
So I would say that is not a God. God is just so that the one and the good are the same, and good is also, so it is the source of the infinite intelligibility. That I'm saying that even in forms there is evolution happening. So suppose there was a form of a horse, that if we just take the basic Platonic picture that there's a form of horse, but when we started interacting, we started putting horseshoes on horses, and we developed a thing horseshoe. But then that horseshoe also became a symbol, and that symbol is like quite prevalent. But I would say that forms also evolve, and there's an interaction between the emergence that is happening from material reality and forms that are also sort of constraints that are also evolving based on the I mean that it's a relational picture instead of just there being emergence and there being just an epiphenomenalism that we are conscious, but it's just all there is no interaction back to the material reality. Yeah.
Can I quickly interrupt? I need to go, so I would really like to thank everyone for dropping by and listening, and thank Taco for setting this up again. It's been a pleasure as always.
Click Peter's links.
I think we're going to go for another 10 or 15 minutes, and then we're going to probably bring it to an end.
Yeah, I have to go. I have a few things that I need to do, and I have an upcoming show with Onra in a few hours. So if anyone wants to tune in and learn everything you'd never wanted to learn about the Book of Mormon, feel free to tune in. We're reading Joseph Smith today.
Oh my.
Yeah, it's always good fun.
So interesting. Yes.
I hear he knows how to find water.
Thank you.
Got to use a stick. But thank you so very much, Paradoxical. It was nice having you on.
Yeah, thank you. It sounds like you've put a lot of thought into your ideas. We'd be happy to work with you on it again in the future.
Okay, thanks, guys. See you all next time.
See you.
Bye-bye.
Do you have anything else you'd like to say?
I mean, yeah. So, I would say that Platonic metaphysics is better explanatory, and that's the pragmatic reason to favor it. That we can have a convergence over ethics and between different social agents that are acting on. Yeah, I mean that would be like sort of a system theory point of view. That, yeah, that's it.
Yeah, so Paradoxical, just a note, when you come back, if you could put a little effort into resolving your microphone, your audio issues, that would make it a lot easier for people to hear what you're saying. Because one of the challenges I'm having, and I notice others here are having, is we're trying very hard to understand what you're saying, but it's been a challenge because of the quality of the audio, the quality of your sound.
Yeah, I'll definitely try to work on that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We look forward to speaking with you again. I guess we have more, right, Taco?
Yeah, we'll bring up lols.
Lol.
Hello, Make a Vegan Room. How are you?
Hey, I'm good. How are you?
Doing pretty good. If you turn up your volume just a little bit, that'd be a great help.
We have a vegan room. It's called Health and Fitness.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we got you. What you got for us today?
Yeah, well, I just had an argument for the idea that consciousness is not supervenient on the physical. And I also think that, well, I mean, I can just present the argument.
Well, okay, so just sorry to cut you off the deal, but yeah, I mean, talking about like as far as the stage goes, is this in connection to a belief that you have about a deity or a god?
I'm agnostic.
So are we, or many of us are.
Yeah, but I just wanted your thoughts. I mean, it could definitely. I mean, people do argue that, given that consciousness is at least in part non-physical, that's evidence of a god or something like that.
Yeah, let's hear your argument, and we can go over it. That sounds like a great idea.
Before you get into that, Twitch and P-Town, respond to my direct message. Those are the other two people with their hands raised. Go ahead, Vegan.
Yeah, well, the idea is just that in our world there are conscious experiences, and there's a logically possible world, physically identical to ours, in which the positive facts about consciousness in our world do not hold. And therefore the facts about consciousness are further facts about our world over and above the physical facts, and so materialism is false. I can sort of explain more in layman's terms as to what I'm saying.
Can I just ask you, because we've done a lot with consciousness, I guess it goes with the nature of the topic, but do you have any sort of reverence for digestion?
Yeah, I'm reading from The Conscious Mind by David Chalmers.
That's awesome. I guess my big point would just be that we tend to point a lot of like emphasis on consciousness kind of being the special thing because we are conscious. And yet when we look at it as just a mechanism, as just say our body healing or just say digestion, we don't often get there is a holy digestion, like a transcendental digestion that is making the universe have to exist. And for whatever reason, we like to stick consciousness into there as if it means something. Like there has to be this transcendental consciousness that, circumnavigates the entire beyond time and space. But I just don't get why. I don't get why that mechanism and why it's kind of used like a hammer to try and find a god.
Right. I mean, I guess, sure. And there are many, like David Chalmers himself is not religious, I don't think. But he doesn't believe that the mind is purely physical. He's a dualist, I think. So I mean, I agree it doesn't get you to God. But I mean, I think the process of natural theology is to sort of build a piece by piece case. Like the Kalam doesn't get you to God, but nevertheless, it's the first piece, many would argue. There are some arguments like the ontological argument, which does get you to a God, but many arguments don't.
Well, to address your actual argument, even if it's logically possible that there is a alternative universe that has consciousness instantiated in a non-physical state, that doesn't mean in this universe that they aren't instantiated in physical states. And so simply saying that it's possible that consciousness is grounded in some non-physical substance of some kind doesn't prove that it is in this universe. It's the same argument I had with Jack Engstreich.
Right, but the point is that let's say a neutral observer that is not conscious, right? And they look at me, for example, and I put my hand on the stove, right? And I go, ouch, and I remove it, right? And no non-neutral observer would have no reason to believe, just from the physical facts alone, that I have an experience as to what it is like to touch the stove. In the same way that there are plants that move away from fire, we don't hypothesize that there's actually an experience as to what it is like for a plant to be on fire. Some postulate that plants do have experience, but you can't infer that from the physical facts alone.
Well, that's false. So we can't infer that yet. So we don't know what consciousness is yet. When we do in the future, we may be able to like, yeah, that's consciousness.
But you can't from the physical facts. Like
no, that's false. That's the fallacy that idealists and panpsychists make all the time. They assume that the current information we have is fully conclusive and there's no possible way to gain new information that could potentially indicate consciousness, which is false. That's just completely false. We're just ignorant
but
of
look,
it right now.
No, look, I'm making an argument that in principle you can't, purely from the physical facts, infer consciousness.
Right, I understand
now,
that.
yeah, well, look, I mean, you can grab that point and still not accept dualism, right? You might, like, one of the biggest objections is that consciousness is like a posteriori. But look, I'm saying that you can, let's say you don't know that I'm conscious, right? Or let's just look at a frog, for example. There's a frog that goes a ribbit, right? And it has a conscious experience, but all of the physical facts in the frog, right? Every single neuron, every single like synapse in the brain, it's at least logically compatible. But that frog has no conscious experience. And so a neutral observer, I might argue, is actually not likely to infer that frog is conscious. The only reason we attribute consciousness to animals and to other humans is because we have conscious experience as well. There's nothing about the physical structure of these beings that indicate consciousness, because it's logically possible that they aren't conscious, that all of their reactions are just like plants' reactions. And if you grant that plants don't have consciousness, the physical facts don't supervene on the mental facts.
Right, but that's the reason that's wrong is because once we have a better understanding of what consciousness is, and we know that consciousness is this physical state right here, and we can look in the frog and say, yes, it has this physical state, we can say, yep, it has consciousness. The only reason right now we don't do that is because we don't know what consciousness is. So this is an argument from ignorance that the idealists and panpsychists make, where they think that no matter how detailed a scientific discovery we'll make, we will never be able to identify what the physical state of consciousness is, which is completely false. Nobody in neurology thinks that. It's just not a thing. It's a thing idealists think for no reason whatsoever. But it is the fact that it's logic. I know you're not. I'm not saying you are. This is an argument that idealists use. So the point here is that
I agree with this point.
I understand that, and it's still wrong. Everybody who makes this argument is wrong. It is always 100% an argument from ignorance, because it's saying that no physical data will ever be able to determine what consciousness is, which is dumb. Every time somebody says that in science, they're wrong.
That's not exactly what I'm saying, though.
Well, that's what the argument is saying, whether you intend it or not. The reason it's fallacious is because it entails the fact that it is impossible in principle to discover what physical state consciousness is. And once you do, then this problem is just false.
But look, that's not what I'm saying. The first point is that I'm saying that looking from the physical facts alone, right? Let's just say that, I look at a frog and I say it's conscious, and you look at a frog and you say it's not conscious. There's nothing about the physical facts that indicate.
No, that's begging the question. That's what's wrong. I understand exactly the argument you're making, and I understand exactly why it's wrong, and it's that sentence right there. It is not logically in principle impossible to look at the physical states in a frog and determine it's conscious or not. It is possible. I don't know. I don't need to know. It's logically possible for it to be discovered in the future, where science can look at the physical states in a frog and say, yes, it's conscious. No, it's not conscious. We can't do it now. We don't know what it is now, but it is logically possible, and it is actually the most likely thing to happen in science in the future.
We can actually experiment with a frog and figure out if it's conscious or not.
And
I don't understand why it's this super
and one thing,
vegan room, you can. I think it's a good inference to make, right?
But vegan room, if I remember correctly, that was the biggest critique of Chalmers's book. While he did present it really, really well, the biggest critique on that is that essentially Chalmers was operating off of a hunch, and that he was in fact begging the question, like TJump brought up.
No, but I think, look, I mean, I personally think that he might be very begging the question, but not at this step. I think he's right about this first step.
No, he's wrong about this step. It's just demonstrably wrong about this step. So this step requires the assumption, the intuition, that no matter what physical facts we look at, none of them will be able to determine whether or not something is conscious or not. And that's just begging the question. Nobody agrees with that.
No, but look, okay, once you have in the background that, and Chalmers agrees that he actually thinks that if you have a physical duplicate of, for example, me, then it will be conscious necessarily, and that necessity is a posteriori. But the point is that the reason that we can make that inference is because we have conscious experience, right?
That's irrelevant. That part is totally irrelevant. Assume we don't. Assume there is a computer that has no consciousness whatsoever, but it knows
why
this
on earth
physical
would they
state is
infer
conscious.
that there's consciousness?
What?
Yeah,
No,
so
no.
why on earth would that computer infer that I'm conscious? In
If
fact,
it knows,
we
if it
argue
has the
in book-
propositions that it knows this physical state is conscious, and it looks and it finds that physical state, it can say
But
this
why
thing is
would it
conscious.
think that? But why would the computer think that?
Because it's determined to by quantum fields. It doesn't matter why. You're confusing epistemology and ontology. The ontology, the
No, I'm
question is
not.
the ontology of the frog. Is it conscious? There can be a computer
No.
that
Okay,
is
you're
not.
confusing epistemology and ontology. Because I'm making an epistemic claim that it's impossible purely from the physical facts to determine if something is conscious.
No.
Why do you think that? Obvious.
That part I proved wrong with the computer. There's a computer, it's not conscious. It has this state is a physical consciousness state. It looks for the state. It is now determined this thing is conscious. Doesn't
Why
mean
would it
consciousness.
think that? Yeah,
It
but
doesn't
why?
matter. It doesn't
but
matter
would
why.
it
It does not matter why. Literally doesn't matter. It could be hit
No,
on
it
the head
does
with a
matter,
bot with
because-
a robot hammer to make it think that. It doesn't matter why. You can conclude things are conscious based physical states. Yes, it is possible.
They have no.
I want to know what you
look,
think
there's
is
no
non-physical.
logical entailment. Look, if I
doesn't
say that
matter.
all men are mortal, Socrates is a man, Socrates is mortal, that's the conclusion follows from the two premises. But there's nothing about the physical facts that logically entail consciousness. So the
No
computer
physical
would have
facts
no
logically
rational
entail
grounds.
anything.
Wait, but
Like,
look,
it-
I'm
like-
saying that there's no rational grounds for the computer.
I understand what you're saying. That
That
is wrong. There is, like, if I want to say this is a camera, what physical facts make this a camera? Well, there aren't any. It's not like there's like the camera fact. It's that camera is a specific collection of
No,
particles.
there are
Wait,
physical facts
no, stop. There's
No, this is
stop,
what he
stop,
talks
stop,
about
stop,
in the
stop, stop,
book.
stop. Listen carefully. There is nothing in those physical particles that makes them absorb light and turn it into a certain signal. It doesn't do it. If we just stop
Yes,
the
of
law,
course there is.
stop. If we stop the laws of physics, that stops happening. So the only reason that collection of
But the laws
particles
of physics
stop
make
and listen,
happen.
shut up and listen. The only reason that collection of particles functions in that way is because there's some determining force that causes those collections of particles to produce this outcome. So if there's some force in physics that causes brains to produce consciousness that we don't know yet, that could cause knowing this physical state will know the thing is conscious because it interacts with the law to produce consciousness, just like the camera interacts with electromagnetism to produce light patterns. So the fact that you can know that there's no law in those particles themselves that determine it functions this way, if you know how those particles function with some supervening law that then creates the function you're trying to describe, you can know. So in consciousness, if we look at the brain, there's nothing in the brain, there's nothing in the laws we know about that determine the things in the brain will produce consciousness. But we could discover a supervening law that causes a particular arrangement of matter to produce consciousness, in which case we can know by the physical facts themselves, this is conscious, this is not.
And can I just ask two questions I asked the last person that brought this subject? One, may I have your definition of what consciousness is? And two, does it have a connection to your belief in a deity?
I don't believe in God, but so my definition of consciousness would just be like something that it is like to be a system. So there's something that it's like for me to look at my computer. Qualia, I mean, it might be a primitive notion. Also, I don't like.
Would
I
you
don't really know.
characterize it as? Would you characterize it as sentience or sapience?
Sentience.
Because sentience just comes down to, physical interactions with the external world.
No, that's not what I understand sentience to be.
So sapience is essentially, like reasoning, cognition, critical faculty, stuff like that. So,
I mean, I'm not sure that's quite right either, because a computer can reason, but I don't think there's anything it's like
no,
to
a
be
computer can logic. Because computer programming language is a logical language.
Well, so
computers logic.
sentience is the ability to have sensations. Sapience is the ability to have wisdom.
This is when you say like consciousness, it's a very, very blanket. It's very, very umbrella term.
Well, he said sentience, so all he means is have sensations. It's qualia.
Yeah, that's what I said. So the ability to infer or the ability to perceive external stimuli is essentially it.
Sort of.
I mean, I wouldn't characterize it like that, but I think you're on the right track. But I mean, look, the point is just this, right? That Chalmers argues, and I agree with him, that once we have the physical facts in place, we can know, at least in principle, the biological facts, right? Because the biological facts supervene on the physical facts. Once we understand the physical facts, we can know things like whether the economy is booming or not. Because what the economy means is whether some, whether people have certain, I don't know much about economy, but whether people have certain amount of money, and money just refers to some physical object. So once you have those physical facts in place, all of the physical facts, you can infer things like whether the economy is doing well, you can infer the biological facts, you can infer reproduction, you can infer all of these things. But you can't logically infer consciousness.
Why do you think that? That's a logical fallacy. Why do you think that?
Yeah, because there's no contradiction in everything being non-conscious. There's
no contradiction in being able to understand it either, so that doesn't prove the point.
What?
There's no logical contradiction with being able to understand something has the property of consciousness by looking at the physical states. Saying that there's no contradiction in the alternative doesn't prove that there's a contradiction in the affirmative.
So do you think there is a non-physical form to consciousness? Like,
I'm agnostic. I don't really take a position. Or look, I just agree with the first point that purely looking at the physical facts are at least logically compatible with. If you were to look at me and you knew all of the physical facts about me, you can't then. There's no logical entailment to say that I'm physical.
Yes, there's no logical contradiction either. Unless you can show there's a contradiction, then you can't say that you cannot infer consciousness from the physical states. The fact that it's logically possible to not be able to doesn't prove that it's logically necessary that you can't be able to. So unless you can prove it's logically impossible to infer consciousness from physical states alone, the argument you made does not hold at all.
It's also the same thing we get from creationists who say that you will never be able to physically prove that life started from natural means. It's like, yeah, we probably will.
It's a very similar argument.
Well, I don't really know what that second part has to do with my argument, but I'm saying that
because you're not I'm not saying it has to be something non-physical. I'm just saying the physical never explain it.
I'm saying that there's no logical entailment from the physical facts to.
There's no logical entailment that there is an apple. Well, let me try to explain this. You're repeating yourself. I understand. There's no logical entailment that there is an apple in the box. Does that mean there is not an apple in the box? No. So if you say there's no logical entailment that looking at the physical facts.
And ontology.
No. I understand this argument exactly. I've debunked this argument at a professional level with academics. I understand this very completely. When you say there is no entailment by looking at the facts that you will see consciousness, you're saying it's possible that consciousness is not in the box. That's all it means. That's literally the exact same thing.
No, I'm not saying that at all.
You are. You just don't realize it. You're exactly saying that.
I think that I think that whether physicalism or dualism is true, a physical duplicate of myself will actually be conscious. I'm just saying that a neutral observer, right? Let's say a neutral computer observer with no consciousness whatsoever, with no background information about consciousness to draw on, looking at a physical duplicate of me or looking at me and just the purely physical facts, all they see is neurons firing, which causes my arm to move, which causes my legs to move, which causes me to blink and stuff like that. And there's no logical entailment from those physical facts to consciousness, because the physical facts are compatible with me being conscious and me not being conscious. In
yes,
fact,
I understand.
would argue,
I understand. It's possible there's no apple in the box. Literally everything you just said, logically, syllogistically, will map onto that argument one for one perfectly. It's a set for set match. That argument you made is it's possible to look at all of the physical systems and not know if consciousness is in the system. It's possible there is no apple in the box. But guess what? It's possible there could be an apple in the box. It's possible that there is some physical system you don't know about where it does determine consciousness. So simply saying it's possible.
You have to explain what the logical entailment, like what reasoning.
You don't need a logical entailment. It just needs to be possible. Possible, not entailment. You don't need an entailment. So if I say it's possible, there is
let me just be clear about this, right? I understand the logical entailment from all men are mortal, Socrates is a man, to Socrates is mortal. I understand the logical entailment there.
You don't need an entailment. You do not need an entailment. You don't need an entailment.
1 second. Just let me finish. What I don't understand is why would the computer infer that I am conscious from purely the physical facts alone? I don't understand what the logical entailment is.
If all X's are conscious, the box has an X, the box is conscious.
Okay, but what is the logical entailment? You haven't spelled that out for me.
You don't need one. It's such a stupid argument. If consciousness listen to the words. If all consciousnesses are X, particle X, it has particle X, it is conscious. Just like if all men are mortal, Socrates is a man, he's mortal.
You're just assuming that.
No. It just needs to be possible. It just needs to be possible. Stop talking. It just needs to be possible. That's it. If it is possible that consciousness is particle X, and the computer knows this, then anytime it sees particle X, it can know it's conscious. Oh my fucking God. It's so stupid. You're begging the question. You are making the exact same argument, but from a necessity standpoint. Yes, you are. This is why this argument deductively fails.
Okay, look, I'm saying, okay, if the computer knows that this physical system in this way will produce consciousness, and it sees that physical system, it can know, right? Okay, that's consciousness, because what it means to be conscious is to be in this physical structure, right?
Yes.
But that's just begging the question, because you're just assuming that X is conscious if it's sort of this physical structure is conscious.
You're confused here. If it is the case that there is a universe where this is the case, where it is in fact that consciousness is this physical state, then if that is the case, then we know that it is possible to look at the physical. Wait. It doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't fucking matter. Stop. Holy shit. It doesn't matter. If it is possible there is such a universe, then your statement is wrong. Necessarily, your statement is wrong. If there is possible for such a universe to exist, then your statement that it is possible that that you can look at the states and not know if it's conscious is wrong. It is wrong because this universe exists. Possibly.
No, look,
yes.
I don't think you're understanding.
I fully understand the argument. I've talked about this with academic professors all the time. You are wrong.
No, I don't think you understand the point.
I fully understand academically this point. I've talked about it with academic professors on this topic. If it is possible for a universe to exist where consciousness is a physical system, whether or not you know it,
I can grant that. That's irrelevant.
Then your argument is done. Your argument is wrong.
No.
Yes.
No. Look,
yes.
I'm not saying that consciousness is not physical. I'm just saying that a neutral observer that's not conscious, a computer system that's trying to say, does this frog that goes ribbit, does it have an experience as to what it is like to be that system? The answer is no, of course. Why would that neutral observer, why would that computer infer that? There's no logical entailment from purely the physical facts. And you haven't shown what the logical entailment is. You just keep saying that
you're diffusing the argument to why does the computer think
you just said that consciousness could be physical, right? And that's entirely consistent with everything I'm saying. Right? Okay, maybe consciousness is physical. I'm going to grant you that point. But I'm saying that there's no way to know that physical system of consciousness is
Can I
has
ask, if I were to take you into a room with a closed door, and in this closed door, I say I only need one task. If you figure this task, I'm going to give you $1 million. I just want you to know, is this person conscious or not? Do you think you could walk away with that activity?
I don't understand the question.
I gotta go.
We
I'll see you guys later.
actually can. Well, bye, TJump. Like, follow, and subscribe.